But we're starting stream number 2 today. Every 12 hours we start a stream to try and save your life. You'll see my place is a mess. That's because I'm recovering from a 66-day hunger strike. Technically 65, 66. Um, and I did that. I went that long without food, a lethal period of time, because you're worth it. You're sacred. You're important. You're significant. Your government might not make you feel that way. The world tragedies, the 6 existential threats that are threatening all of us might create hopelessness and despair, but there's hope, and this channel is where it begins. It starts small before it gets famous or big. You're seeing the raw integrity, the raw commitment, before the fame, before the interviews, before all that. You're seeing somebody who can resist impulses, temptations, right to death. I would rather die than ever be accused of being corrupted. And it's going to happen no matter what. It's called the reverse dialectic. But it's hard to fake 700 videos of doing this. We're building God's government, or the wise government, or the scientific government, whichever mode of knowing or truth you subscribe to. It's all the same universal logic, and we're going to teach you that. Because the heart of the crisis, this mega crisis we're trying to save you from, and have you save yourself from, because there's a God within you, or there's a luminary within you, there's a maestro within you, there's a sage within you. You just have to learn to access that, and once you do, you can help change the world too, with your own gifts and God giftedness, okay, or just talentedness if you're atheist. Okay, so that's what all this is. It's my food, and my legs are heavy still. Going so long without food really takes your body to a new place. Like my fingers, I can't feel my fingers or my hand, they're numb. And it turns out that the doctors swole my brain. They did not heal me properly in the hospital, and I was trusting them. I'm very experienced at healing now. I know my body very well. I know what it needs. I could tell they were harming me just from the feelings I had. I'm so knowledgeable about every cell when when you're starving, you're present in your body. You're present with your impulses. You're making a choice over and over and over again, thousands of times per day. In fact, you get 200,000 new neurons to use in your brain. Where your attention goes, those neurons flow. It's in your prefrontal cortex, or it goes to your amygdala, or wherever your attention is. If you're fear-based and your fight or flight, it goes to the back. But if you're intentional and you're thoughtful, it goes to the front. So fasting is like meditating 24/7. Because it's always there, even when you're sleeping. You have those impulses. So if you resist those and you force your brain onto flow states of something that's more universal, more meaningful, those neurons go towards where your intentions want to flow. So your command of yourself, your willpower is magnified. So a corporation that has all these signage around you and to capture your eyeballs and subconsciously implant these ideas that take up those neurons and program you, you become much more independent of those. And it's much harder for that signaling to catch you off guard or to catch you unaware, because you're so present and you know who you are. You're grounded, okay? You're grounded in the truth. You're grounded in integrity. You're grounded in authenticity. You're grounded in pure being. And you know who you are in pure thought, as a oneness, as an essence. Not too much, not too little, exactly who you are. Oh, I gotta stop the stream. So if that sounds like something you want to be a part of, either as an artist, someone who's religious, somebody who's a philosopher, somebody who's a scientist, a secular scientist, or somebody who is somebody of pure wisdom, universal logic, you are welcome to be a part of this. I check my messages every 12 hours, so if you want to leave me one, I'll see it there. If you want to contact me sooner, my email address is mjm11@ualberta.ca, or you can go to Facebook to our One World Spirit vegan meal plan group, where I'm going to be eating and cooking meals in honor of other countries' vegan cuisines, because veganism is the best diet out there for you if you do it right. And you can make it taste amazing too if you do it right. And I teach how to do it right, because I've been vegan for 12 years, and the first 6 years sucked. It might have even been the first 8 years sucked, because it does taste like water. And if you eat a bunch of lectins and you're eating a bunch of raw vegan diets of natural pesticides on top of actual pesticides, it destroys your gut lining. It makes you tired. You get leaky guts. You get inflammation. You get a whole bunch of problems. So not all vegan diets are alike, okay? But you were invited to this one, and I just had an amazing meeting with some powerful people. Oh, my friend is okay, and I'm gonna make some food right now in celebration. So
they're currently editing all the calls to their security control. So the guy told me tomorrow, the same time between 9 to 3:30 p.m. I can call and then get in touch with the office. Okay, so I've called the first number that's the general UN Campus Operation Nation. Okay, all right.
okay, my good man. Good news. The call went in a more positive direction, and God is present. Found that out. So it's one of the better case scenarios. We have a real powerful ally. So if you want to jump back in, we can finish getting you logged in and figure out what is going on here that you can't get into the software, because we need to get you in there. We're doing the meeting tomorrow, right? So we can figure that out. And if you're still awake, I think it's getting pretty late there by now. But yeah, I want to at least do that. And I can try and use a different email address too and make it work. So I think we covered some good ground, and the UN calls were very exciting. I think if we pitch this the same way I just did with this other great guy, Brian, right? I think we can get all of the United Nations on board probably in a couple of weeks. And if Brian with his group and the United Nations gets on board with this and they understand the power of the ideas, we could literally change the world in 28 days. And the software is going to be ready too. So the ideas are godly. They're divine ideas. And we don't have to code them anymore because the AI codes them. So all we need to do is just keep the AI going, divide up the software so we can get multiple AIs working on it like exponentially fast. And we'll build God's government in a fraction of the time that human history took to build the abstract governments that are harming us right now. And trying to protect those, trying to do the right thing, but the path to hell is paved with good intentions, right? We have to know the structure of reality and the capital T truth to do this the right way. And there's getting all the confusion and sin out of all the consciousness and taking the pain on, and living a beautiful, meaningful life. So okay, let me know if you want to jump back in if you're not too tired, and if you're too tired, I'm going to be coding anyway for the rest of the night, getting ready for tomorrow morning's meeting. And it'd be good to send out a reminder and test out the channel an hour before the meeting and saying, hey, you and I will jump in at 7 my time, 5 your time, and then you and I will like make sure the meeting's running perfectly for that hour, and then we'll greet people and play some music and all that, make them feel comfortable in the ELAM, and then we'll get everybody signed in, hopefully very smoothly like the last meeting, get them all signed in, and just teach the core and the universal, and then get to the particular, get their thoughts, their feedback on policy, God's government, or whatever meta mode they're in. And then in the last one is where we really want to learn, is the exchanging worth it for them? And we want them to be radically honest and say, no, it wasn't. They didn't have the thing that you guys said. You mismatched this. It actually was there, but it was low quality. I would rather have bought a new one, but like we want them, if they're not happy, we want them to give us exactly what it was that didn't make them happy. And it's going to be quality control. And we're going to say, hey, sorry guys, we're going to try and do this again. And maybe we'll send their matches to them ahead of time this time. And we'll say, okay, do you approve of this already? And they say, yes, I approve. So there was like, okay, that's going to be waiting for you in hour 3. And they might be very excited, you know? And then we'll start playing words of wisdom once people start learning the software. And then once we get like more experienced groups using the software, then the next group of people can come in, they can be spectators and watch the process and learn by osmosis. And then we don't have to have like all these training sessions. They'll just come to already running meetings and just observe and ask questions. And then their spirit guide, their flock leader, will be there and answering their questions in a special chat that I just built, because there's multiple chats that happen. It's a really incredible software program once people get into it. But yeah, that's the next hurdle. I'm super excited, man. So I'm going to eat a celebratory meal because Brian said yes to working with us and hearing the ideas of God's government. And he said yes, even if I don't invest all the money. He says, you know what? He's willing to let us get into the conversations, and he's going to answer some of them. So I'm super happy. He could sense my integrity. He could sense my spirit. That's the power of the word, man. And you got it too. I can sense it, but you got to get sharper with your word. That's all. But you got that spirit, man. You got that charm, I would say, charisma. And that's why I think it's going to work with the UN. But you got to know more about the ideas. And now that you have a little bit of pay to kind of like, get through the month, we can hit this hard and just keep going, take naps, and get this baby started. All right, peace. Okay. Okay, so Thomas, the call went very well, considering that he was a little bit skeptical in the beginning. I explained what we want to do about starting God's government and all of this stuff, and I said your ideas are actually quite good. I said they're a little bit scattered, but your ideas are actually the same as mine too. And I said that's why I told Brian. I said that's why we make a pretty good team, is because I understand his ideas and they actually are very well researched. There's almost nobody else on earth that I've ever come across that has this similar enough ideas, who's done the real homework. And so I said, yeah, I mean, you're working with two guys that are top innovators worldwide, and we're all struggling, so we need to work together. And he's going to make an exception for you, Thomas, and potentially my friend. Yes, sir.
Hello, my dear brother.
Yes.
Yes, brother.
Yes, sir.
Brother, I wish that the Pastor Richard is home, but tonight Pastor Richard has not yet arrived home because right now I'm starting a problem, brother, that I'm just looking him I'm just looking him at his home because he doesn't have a phone.
You have his phone, don't you?
Yeah, but his phone died.
And he can't charge his phone?
Yeah, it can't work. It already stopped working. It died, brother.
Well, let me be honest with you, Musa Sisi. Whenever a white man walks into a village, it seems like everything breaks. And do you know why that is? It's because they're trying to get new things and new money out of the white guy. And I'm being very mindful that it usually happens within the first week. So I'm on to you. I'm on to you. I've only known you for 1 week, and you're already telling me everything's breaking, which means that the white guy should pay for it all. And I've learned my lesson. I got scammed that way by two young men in Kakuma, Kenya. And next thing you know, I gave them $2,000, and they were in Australia. I said, how the heck did you get to Australia? So they pocketed some of the money. They gave some of the money to the community, and they didn't use the rest of it for the community. They used it for themselves. So I learned my lesson the hard way, and I'm going to be testing you first, okay? Why can't Richard's phone get fixed? I want to know what's wrong with it. I want to see if we can fix it.
Yes, brother, you are right. You have been stopped from person from Kenya.
No, yeah, you're right. It was from Kenya. But it was also from Nigeria, and I learned my lesson in Nigeria too, so I'm very careful. Okay, so I didn't just learn it once, I learned it twice, okay?
Just those people from Nigeria, those people from some sites of Kenya. There are many scammers. The sites from Nigeria, those are scammers.
Well, that's what I mean. I gotta be careful everywhere.
Yes, of course, my dear brother, you are right 100%. You know, brother, people from Nigeria, many scammers are there, and even in Kenya, there are some streets there in Kenya where you find scammers. But as for us here in Kenya, we are people of the Lord. We believe in Jesus Christ because we are people of the Lord. We preach the gospel, so we do God's work. We can't do anything according. We do what you always tell us to do, like our program of building a church. That will be a great news for us, and God blessing from you to us, and we will be very happy to receive out of the Lord. Brother, like those people, they always scam people. I know them very well. Those people, sites from those sites of Kenya, sites of Nigeria. There's a place called Rugos, Saint Rugos.
Saint Rugos? Yeah. No, what is that?
Rugos. Yeah, that place is where you find many scammers. They can even steal your money from your bank account. So all the people you are dealing with. Apart from us, and with me, with Pastor Richard, we are trustworthy. And when we do that program we are processing, we will need you to come on ground and see what we are trying to do, brother.
Well, that will be in the cards, but first we got to start building and learning the core. Did you start learning the core?
Yeah, of course. Of course. You will be in the core when we are like, for example, we show you the land. Those are we are 3 acres. Like, for example, when we have started building, we have to show you every step, brother. We will be showing you every step which we will be running on. That we have started the church at the foundation level. We have started it. Second level, it's beam level. Third level, it's roofing. Then other levels, it's plastering and painting. Then others, that's when the time comes, and we get these windows and doors.
Okay. Windows and doors.
Yeah. We as Christians from Uganda, we love God and we believe that Jesus Christ is the one who brought you into our lives for a reason. And there's a way how God brought you into my life, and it was a blessing. I see as it's a miracle because I've been praying for the Lord to pray for me. A God-fearing friends of mine from a God-fearing country like Canada. Love God that he brought you into my life, and I'm very happy, and I'm really comfortable when I'm talking to you, brother.
Okay,
good.
good.
My heart. When I'm speaking to you, you know we have those problems of phones and Wi-Fi. It always disturbs us, but we know that God will bless us, and we get those things, so that we can get time and we speak, brother, and we do God's work.
I think we're going to do God's work, actually.
Yeah. Yes, my brother. That's so good, brother. Right now, I'm just on the street. I'm from Pastor Richard's place. I'm going to see there's a stadium here. I'm going to pass towards Sambo. I sing, brother.
I can see it. Yeah, there's a lot there. Okay.
Kids are praying.
Oh. They're praying on the swing set. Very active prayers. Very active prayers. Okay.
Yeah. Just go to the stadium. So, you know, brother, when you do it, people who believe in Jesus Christ, that's when you find that we are united in Jesus, and we believe that Jesus Christ is our Savior, because He died for us on the cross. He saved us for our sins. And that's why you read Matthew chapter, it is the book of Jeremiah 27 verse 18.
Okay. Verse 18. Okay.
When you get time, you read that book. Even Luke chapter 4 verse 17.
Luke chapter 4 verse 17. Okay.
Yeah, that it also has some good news. You will read it in your free time, brother.
Okay.
And even Matthew chapter 7 verse 7.
Well, send it to me in a message on WhatsApp. Send it to me. Okay?
Okay, brother.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm supposed to go and eat something. Yeah. Yeah, we might buy him a bus ticket for $50, and he might drive there on a bus, check it out, and then come back to Kenya on the bus. We'll see. But the big thing is to learn. Hmm? Well, the flight is like $500, and the bus is $50, so it's 10 times cheaper to take the bus.
Yeah, you really bus.
Yeah, because the plane ride, either the money goes to the plane or the money can go to you guys or to him, right? Like, I don't want to pay a plane ticket. We don't have to. That money would be better on the ground, right?
Oh, so brother, it will come and we show, it will come and see the land and the school.
We'll see, yeah. We'll have to build first, and I want us to get the core memorized and have you guys use the software. So if Richard can get his phone working tomorrow, our first meeting is tomorrow where we're going to test the software, okay? It's going to be on July 10th at 7 or 8 o'clock my time, which would be, what time is that in Uganda? 8 a.m. MDT in Uganda time. So that should be 5 p.m. your time. Really? That's the same as Kenya. Oh yeah, 5 p.m. your time. So if you come at 5 p.m. your time, you're going to come to a special meeting. You're going to come to this website, and we're going to try and have a meeting tomorrow. And it's in God's basically meetings, the way that God does them. So let me send it to you right now.
Okay, my dear brother. So, my dear brother, I just wanted to know how the headlights will he stay here? God, we miss him so much, and we will be very happy for him to see him, brother.
Who's that? Oh,
Yeah.
For me?
That will be a blessing, brother, to see him. It's called Brother U.
Brother U. Is that who you said? Who is that?
It's called, what is his name?
My friend, the guy in Kenya's name is Sahan.
Yeah, is a white.
No, Sahan is Kenyan.
Yeah, he's a Kenyan.
Yeah, native born and raised. Yeah.
Brother, it means that you have been working with him for a long time. You built a church there in Kenya.
Well, no, we're still going with his church because he's Catholic. So we're just going to use the Catholic church, and they're thinking of giving us an office space there. So we're talking to the priest next week, and we'll see if the priest will give us space. With you guys, if you want to build your own church, build our own church, it's going to take a little while. But you were supposed to go and find the Muslims and get me in touch with the Muslims at the other churches, right? So did you go do that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, yeah, try and do that soon. I want to talk to these guys. Okay?
Okay, my good brother. I love your beards, brother. Yeah? Nice beards, brother.
Thank you so much. I try hard.
But I also, when I get my shoe, I have to look like you, brother.
Okay, well, it took a year to grow it, so.
You know, I'm just trying to make them, but they are too small.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you have a lot of facial hair. It might take you a long time, but maybe I can cut some off of mine and give it to you.
But you look like Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, you know what? Maybe I am. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I think there's a miracle here.
You look like Jesus Christ. You are.
Well, hopefully I
So
sound like
you
him.
are sending.
The power of the
Yeah,
word is more
brother.
powerful.
So brother from Kenya, he will come and even sit around for the church where which we got.
Well, we'll see. I'm still talking to him. We're still deciding, right? So he's contacting the United. He's going to the United Nations first, and he's going to his church.
Pastor Alicia told me, Pastor Alicia told me to ask you that when is that friend of ours coming? He's coming when?
We're deciding. He's supposed to come in tonight or tomorrow and figure it out with me, but we're still deciding. Okay. And tell Pastor Richard when he gets his phone fixed, that's when we'll probably decide. tell,
Okay.
tell, tell him that, okay?
So, brother, you mean that tomorrow he will be moving coming here?
Who, me or him?
He will come here. He will travel from Kenya using the bus from to Uganda.
We don't know. It'll probably be next week after he talks to his priest. So it'll probably be Thursday next week or something like that. But we'll see. I still have to talk to him.
Okay, brother.
Okay?
Okay, brother. So it means that you will share for us his contact so that he can contact us.
Well, let me contact him first and let me see what he wants to give, and then you might be able to call him on WhatsApp. So let me make sure that let me make sure that I have his permission.
Our brother in Christ.
Yes.
You know when we come together as people of the Lord, that will be a great blessing to us.
That's very true.
And God said when you come together, you can do a great thing.
Oh, you can do amazing things. You can do this, the miracle works of the Spirit. That's what's going to happen. We're going to bring heaven to earth.
We are the Father of the Lord, to the Lord. Do you know the song called
No.
Do you know the song called the Jesus is coming today to the Lord of the Lord. Jesus has elected Ginger Town. Jesus has elected to Ginger Town. We are very happy because Jesus has elected to Ginger Town. Ginger. You know, Ginger is the name. Yeah, it's like Jesus has arrived in Ginger Town, so we are very happy to see him.
Oh, really? Can you make a video and you can send me a video of it? That's very cool. And what's the lyrics?
I will make a video for you.
Okay.
When I'm singing that song. Jesus has arrived in Ginger Town. Jesus has arrived in Ginger Town. We are going to receive miracles of the Lord to the Lord. We are going to receive Jesus. Jesus has arrived to Ginger Town of the Lord. We are going to receive miracles of the Lord, to the Lord, of the Lord, to the Lord. We are going to be baptized. Sinners are going to hail the Jesus. Sinners are going to be high Jesus. These people who don't believe in Jesus, they will accept Jesus in his name.
No, I've never heard that song before. Well, that's wonderful. I would love that. But give me time first. You have to learn the core first. You got to learn the core. Okay, so pass that on to Pastor Richard, and I'm going to try and talk to Sahan here tonight. Let me get in on it, and then we'll talk to you guys probably tomorrow, hopefully, or the day after, whenever he's ready. Okay? And I put the website. I put the website in the chat too, just in case you want to visit it. Okay?
Thank you so much for that great work our brother are doing for us.
Okay.
For our program.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Right now it's God's government, and if it ends up turning into something like that, we'll see. We'll have to see what the Spirit wants to do. Okay? But we'll discuss. We'll discuss. All right?
Yes,
Okay.
brother.
Stay blessed. Okay. Amen from Canada. Okay, peace.
So much,
I love you too. Peace, 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 peace. I love you too.
okay, my dear.
Ah, we keep God. Okay, we have to contact Thomas here. I sent all my photos to him and you. Well, it looks like Thomas is going to shoot himself in the foot. This last opportunity, and that's his own foolishness. Okay, Amanda, very good news. I spoke with Brian Rose again, and he went from being kind of annoyed and saying, Mark, look, I just signed up with a guy for $100 million before you got in here. And I said, well, I don't know if that's true or not, but obviously it'd be impressive if he did. And I think he has the capacity to actually do it, so yeah. We're getting an opportunity here. But I agree with you that you're more of a safe kind of investor for making money. But I'm not really getting us to invest in Brian's thing just to make money. I think it is a once in a lifetime thing. We're going to be making world-class connections with humans. The way you change the world and save yourself is by bringing out the spirit in the community. So this powerful community has the actual power to make these huge changes, probably without batting an eye. You know, $1 million to them, 15 million is nothing. That's the class of individual that we're dealing with here. And I told my sister, like my sister and Gab told me they're very concerned about him being a Trump supporter and all this. And when he was first starting up, he was not really like that, but he's a very open person. And some of the things that he says about Trump actually make sense. Not everything. He doesn't agree with everything. That's why he's a really good thinker. Just like he had an episode with David Icke on, he doesn't agree with everything that David Icke says, but there is some strange information about COVID that doesn't really line up yet. Incredible sources have actually said that. There's some more investigations that have to be done. That's not as straightforward as what Wuhan says it is, or what Boston or whatever. So anyway, point is, the call ended with Brian on a very good note, because I told him, I said, look, I said, I think you made a mistake with your reputation. I said, they've nailed you. They made you into a Trump conspirator guy, and you're anti-vaxxer, and you're a whole David Icke conspirator theorist. I said, they nailed you. And people are always going to find that. So, he's just messaging me right now. So I said, you can't run away, it's the internet. So the only way to redeem your reputation is to mess up to what you think you actually did wrong or could have did better. Say, we've learned a lot from that. We've learned a lot from these kinds of mistakes, and we're going to move ahead forward with it fixed. And if anybody feels like we've screwed them over or didn't get properly compensated, we're going to reopen maybe some limited refunds or something like that, just as a good grace kind of thing. And we're saying, here's where we're going with the ideas now to make them even better. And we're going to propose God's government or the wise government or the scientific government. It's all the same government. It's all the same universal logic. So, he's going to make a special exception for us. And the special exception is we do not have to put up the full 50 grand plus the 10 grand to get basically close to him and onto his show to save the world and help rehabilitate his reputation. So that if we get associated with him, we don't get harmed. He understood that because he loves broadcasting. He said he loves broadcasting more than he loves doing his property. He's a broadcaster at heart, so this is what he wants. And so I offered him and said, hey, if we could have a call a week, I could share with him all my ideas that I've learned for free, all this kind of stuff. I said, I think he's one of the few people on earth that has the reputation to pull up the contradictions. You vouch for Trump, but say a bunch of leftist things, freedom, all this other stuff. He's got he's got Main Street skills. He's got Wall Street skills, but he's also got Main Street skills. He's a little guy. He wants to help out the little guy. So, it's very rare to have somebody like Brian Rose, and it's kind of perfect for contradictions, because that's what we're operating with here, is we have to figure out how to solve the contradictions. So, the deal is this, Amanda. For 10 grand, he will allow us to talk to him about the show, and we won't have access to the luxury community very much, but who knows, if we end up bringing some real value, I think he'll be, I think it'll be amazing. So he also said that he's going to answer more of the more of the investment questions, but he doesn't want people to copy him because it is a niche that he found himself. So he said people can easily copy it. So that's why he kind of gets you to agree first, and then you're kind of bought in, and then you learn about everything. I think it is a pretty fair model. So AI looked it over and said it's a good idea to ask for these things. And he said that too. He said, yeah, these are actually pretty good questions. He says they're answered when you sign up. But he says, you know what, Mark, I don't show this to everybody, but I'm going to make an exception for you. Again, I'm going to answer these questions for you. And you can show them to your friends and all these people that you think would be good. And he says, you know, he said a bunch of kind of cool things. So we're getting kind of a special treatment here because he likes what I said to him. And it's authentic, and I really do like him. I really trust him. I think he's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So are you interested in that, Amanda? I know you want to stay with the other investor guy, the Tim guy, and all that. So this is not really an investment in real estate. This is an investment in a TV show that can share these ideas that I have with somebody who has the power and the network to pull it off. That's God's government. So he has done 1,000 interviews in what's basically called family and civil society. And those are the first two moments of ethical life, or how Hegel defines ethical life. But the reality is there's one more moment that is needed, or else the vision is not complete. And that you need a state and a constitution to make civil society and family into a concrete family. It has a responsibility to ensure that there's no rabble, there's no war. And it's a very beautiful thing. Hegel says that businesses also have a big role to play in it. He was a big advocate of business because it's needed to protect the individual and balance it with the government. But the government is supposed to make that way. So it's a very beautiful kind of vision. And I'm wondering if you want to help me out with this. And you can get on the calls too and present your concerns and how you want to go. And we'll create an episode of London Real or Dubai Real. And, yeah, I think it can be a very beautiful once-a-week call. And then in a couple of weeks, we can actually start using his design teams. He's going to be using the luxury resort funds to reboot the state, like reinvest in the station. And so that's why he wants to get people on board with the actual investing. He said 50,000 is tiny, you know, for getting into something like this. But he wants the average person, the average upper class, middle class person to get involved. 50 grand is not realistic for the actual middle class and poor, but for us as young professionals, I think it's great. So once he answers these investment questions a little bit more and gains our trust a little bit more, I'm going to pass it along, but we don't have to actually invest anymore, so you don't have to look at that. But it might be good anyway for you to see if he's honest or not. But yeah, if you could help with that, I have another guy that's kind of trying to nickel and dime Ryan. And I'm like, man, it's a miracle he's even talking to us. And number two, it's even more of a miracle that he's willing to break his own rule for this big opportunity. I'm literally talking about saving the world. And he realizes that it needs saving. Especially after he went down the dark hole with like David Icke. He's like, yeah, it's just like the next level. You know, he doesn't agree with everything with David Icke, right? But he likes to let people speak because he's always passionate about real journalism, not censoring people 100%. And I think that's beautiful. I really do. You can do big corporate media, and you can do small guy media. So I really want to work with him on this. It's hard to find people that are like this. He does have a kind of tarnished reputation in a certain way, but I also think that he has a kind of magical, lovable personality that he can be redeemed with a nice apology and a learned lesson and an improvement, like real authentic improvement. Where he's like, yeah, he probably got overwhelmed, got caught up in the sauce. COVID was a crazy time for everybody, and he'll be more responsible next time, or he'll make more protections, more clauses, whatever needs to be done, whatever we all think needs to be done. But he's interested in meeting you guys and making it safe for people to get on board with it. Maybe we should adopt some of this Tim guy's strategies and just offer it to him and say, hey, my friends are pretty wise, pretty intense. And I talked about you already a couple of times. So I said, she's not a fool. So I think whatever she's doing probably has merit. So maybe we can marry something that she's doing with this co-parity thing into this Dubai opportunity and somehow turn the ultra luxury rich thing into something that the real average person can access with real low risk. So, and transparency. So, would you be interested in that, Amanda? And would you be interested in helping put up 10,000? Or maybe I can get Justin to put up some of it or something like that. I'm going to try and ask, I'm going to put a proposal together where I'm going to ask Brian that we get a guarantee to get on the show. Like, it's a guarantee. Oh, send me all the details. So, but I also want to put in a refund clause so he's not trapped. That if he's like, this is too intense, God's government and all this crazy proof of truth and all this, if he says no, it would ruin his like investor relations, right? Makes him look crazy, or then even David Icke did. If he says that, then I want a way to kind of back out and get your money back. So if we have like 5 calls or 5 weeks worth of stuff, and he's saying no, this doesn't feel right, maybe he'll give back, I don't know, maybe 80% of the funds, right? So you'll get $2,000 for his time over like 2 months, and then if we don't move forward, you get like $8,000 back. So is that something that you think is workable? I would pay for it myself. You know me. I'm not even doing this for money. I'm doing this because it could literally save our lives. You know what I mean? Like Brian, tries to do the right thing. And I think if you got to know him and challenge him and stuff, he's one of the people that likes to be challenged and has open dialogue and has real Messiah potential, is what I call it. So, yeah. Can I ask you for that? It really, for me, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. So I don't know if we're ever gonna get something like this again. Like Bill Clinton's trying to do something, and I just think his reputation really is smashed. He's like, he screwed up. He shouldn't have been on that plane 23 times and having sexual affairs with women way younger than him in subordinate positions in his government. It's like, and then lying about it as a lawyer. Brian Rose doesn't have that reputation. He's got a reputation that can be hardcore, but rehabilitatable and something very pure. Like he went down that road because it was something pure. And, he can say that Trump does some things right and Trump does some things wrong. He can do both sides, which is true. Trump does actually do some things right, and he does do some things wrong. He screwed up, and it's because he got entitled. About being a little bit too rich. So, but you can get a lot worse tyrants than Trump. He's just a master at debate, like manipulative debate. He's made so many deals with these crooked guys that are really shark eaters, real draconian types. Where it's like dog eat dog all the time. But I don't think Donald Trump is like that. I think if you're fair to him, he's fair to you. That's what he prefers. He doesn't like the dog eat dog thing. That's my intuition. He puts on a lot of his show because he took drama. Like a lot of people don't know he took acting classes. So a lot of the time he's just acting. That's what a lot of people say. That when you go and meet him in person, like the little office or whatever, it's a different cater. So that's why he's able to make a lot of these deals behind the scenes. He does all this flashiness in the news, and then you meet him. He's like, oh, he's just like, yeah, we make a deal on this, and neither one of us is going to get position. So, man, this is 14 minutes. Please let me know. There's not a heck of a lot of time. Number one, because he's trying to close these deals out quickly, but also because we really are in a life or death situation, Amanda. with that, but it'll become more and more clear as Claude Mythos comes out with his next models. Because we can't measure the matter. Like, that's a rational person to say, wow, go on the internet and say, go look up Claude Mythos can't be measured anymore. And what does that mean? It's like having an alien in your house that is so smart it can do everything that you want to do in a fraction of the time, and then potentially kill you and manipulate you in a way that you won't realize until it's too late. You know, like, it's extreme. So, anyway, I'm eating a celebratory soup right now because the call went from like really kind of skeptical to him being very open to this. So I really want to sort of act on it and get your questions. And we need to see, is there anything I can do to help make you do this in a way that feels good for you? Do you want to be a part of the conversations? I would love to get your conversations because you are actually quite reasonable. And yeah, we'll just have a good time every day of the week that works for you. Probably since it's most busy for him. And I'm just at home recovering. And I'll just meet both of you. So let me know, please, and I'll do anything to make this work. Except sacrifice my integrity in a sense that we can actually save the world. But yeah, let me know if you need any of the details from him or whatever. Okay, peace. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm very, 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 very hungry. Okay. You can see it's non-stop calls, right? It's like go, go, go. I'm recovering at the same time. There's a lot of things happening. But I don't want to let this ball drop because you got to strike while the iron is hot a lot of the times on these things when people are inspired. You know, visionaries work on inspiration. That's a very finicky thing in human consciousness, especially when people are desperate. and unsure what to do in an emergency like the one that we're in now. This Megacrisis. Ouch! Ow! Woo! Woo! It's hot. Woo! See what I mean? My coordination is off. I'm still like learning how to move things again. My hand is starting to hurt quite a bit. My legs are shaking here. So this is a meal from my birthday from Padmanati's from a month ago, and it's been frozen in my freezer for a month, and I'm just happy that I was able to meet the goal thanks to, well, thanks to the Kenyans. So, hon, you there? Simon, is that you? Oh. Okay, let's sit down and okay, wait a second. My setup is messed up now. I actually don't want to put my headphones there anymore. Yes! Let's pull this off, baby. Let's do it. We can do it. Oh, yes. Okay, to those that don't get to eat with me tonight, we're coming to help you as fast as we possibly can. I'm with you. To those who feel trapped, like they're not seen, we see you coming. Alright, here we go. Mm. That's good. Mm. You know what? This could really use some bread. We'll see how my body handles it. Oh. I'm so happy. Hold on by a friend. Hit the golden thread. All right, let's see. Oh, we should probably grab some protein. Okay. Eat these nuts. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wow. What time is it? Almost 11. All right. I feel like I have to make a bunch of phone calls to see if I can get a bunch of my people to give 10 grand each. It's not huge for them, but it's not small either. And I feel like Brian Rose is being very honest with me today. And I want to reward for that and honor that. And I want to be honored in return for the efforts that I make. Likewise. Oh wow, this smooth peanut butter is really old. Mixing the natural. It's all natural. I didn't get any of the craft crap. Or yeah, this is natural organics or whatever. I don't normally order from this place, but everything was on sale, and I know that you're not really getting a deal on sale. You're getting all the old crap they're trying to get rid of, so nothing's fresh. But when it comes to peanut butter, it doesn't really matter as much. It matters always, but beggars can't be choosers right now. Everything was on sale. And I made a trip, and then I didn't have to pay delivery Instacart markups or anything, so I got a fair amount. The price of living is already so high. Ah. This stuff is hard as like bricks. That is pretty crazy what's going on here. Oh, all right, let's get this all set up. What the heck is this? Oh man. Hmm. 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 Yes! Welcome, Sahan. I'm just making some very exciting phone calls.
Okay, okay. You're excited too.
Well, yeah, because I got on this call with Brian Rose,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
he didn't want you to come to the call. He said this is gonna be very short. I'm like, uh-oh. Huh. He just wants to push me into a deal and stop messing around. So I thought, okay, he's gonna cut me off, and I'm not even the guy for the money. My friends are. So I thought the call could go very bad. Mm, but, but, mm, sorry, I got too much peanut butter. Peanut butter. But it actually went in a very good direction, and he ended up making a special deal with us. So the deal he's offering is for 50 grand, you buy into these luxury resorts, and 10 grand buys you into that community. And you get a weekly call and all that kind of stuff. We're asking if we can only pay the 10 grand just to get close to him to discuss ideas about God's government and how using Dubai Real might be something new, like new content that he's never tried before, that could take his game to the next level and redeem him for some of the stuff that he did in the last 5 years that caused a lot of his network to, I think, turn against him. So it's because he's more free, he's more godly in a way, because he's able to hold contradictions in his mind and not jump to any conclusions, but make rational decisions, and that's rare. So you get smashed in what's called no man's land of dialectic when you're like that. It's actually a sign that you're more a divine than not. But ordinary people see the opposite. They can only see the contradictions and what looks like hypocrisy. Um, so we're going to help redeem him. Just like we're going to do for every other person that comes into God's government, we're going to bring out the spirit and the soul in them. No matter how much bad they've done, they're in the image of God. So there's a part of them that can't get touched by that evil. There's always goodness, original blessedness. So the call ended with him making this deal that we only have to pay 10 grand, and we have access to him once a week, I think. And right now I'm just trying to work on if they need to see a guarantee. So if you have any wealthy advisors, like we could ask the church if they want to be a part of this conversation, they could put up 10 grand too. But, you know, I love that they're really strict about where they send the money. Like it's actually got to go and help people. So we'll see if they think this is helpful enough. But if they don't want to give money to this, then they can help us do the free vegan buffet, gourmet buffets for the poor and the homeless and the middle class. Something like that. Okay. So you and I. Okay. So where do you want to pick up here, Sahan? Do you have anything that you want to bring to the table?
All right, yeah. So let's start from. So first updates first of all about the US. I made a call. So far after 4:30 they transfer all their calls to the security. So
we've just missed them.
The security guy received the call, and then actually instructed me to call tomorrow between 9 to 4:30 p.m. Canada time.
Kenyan time? 9 to 4? Okay. Yeah, like
yeah, from 9 to 4:30, yeah.
Yeah, like normal office hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that's the first update, and then I don't know if the website is working perfectly now. So because tomorrow we are on 8.
Let me get in there. Okay. So for me, I click on it, and Google signs me right in. Signs me in perfectly, like right to the ELMs. So yeah, it's working on my side still. Now if I go to the dashboard, and I look you up, what it's saying, what it's saying is that you should have the dev side. Allow only Sahan416 at gmail.com. So you're basically in, and I think it's done coding. So yeah, it's done coding. So go ahead and try and log in now and see if it works for you. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, go try it. Yeah.
Okay.
It should work actually, hopefully. So. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, share your screen so I can see.
Dashboard restricted, yeah.
What? Let me see. What the heck? What does the message say? It says, you are restricted.
Yes, this one.
Dashboard access restricted. Wait a second. When you click the login button, it actually does log you in, but then it stops you with dashboard access restricted, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I've used, this is incognito, I've used incognito. Yeah. So then the dev and the night, some navigation bars here now.
What does it say? It says dashboard access restricted. Okay, dashboard.
Yeah.
Okay. It pops up a lock with the dev bar below with no ELN at all. But did it play the animation? It played that like animation with the logo?
No. Just the logo.
Yeah, it had the logo with the lines that were drawing around it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh.
One here. No longer that.
Okay, it's trying to track in the problem. No. Oh man, it's not letting me use Quad Fable for any login things, which is kind of angering because what the heck? It's kind of angering because it's my website, right? I should be able to change my login of my own website with the technology that I paid $300 for a month. Okay, we'll let that run. I don't actually understand this problem because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But it's good to know it's not a full regress, which would have been bad. Okay. So, I guess we're still trying to get into this meeting. How many responses do we have? And how many people sound like they're going to show up tomorrow, do you think?
From the look of things, I don't know. I can never be sure. Even the polls cannot say that exactly what that will show up. It can be less, or it can be even more.
You know what I was just thinking? Our meetings could be incredibly resilient if it's like adaptive in the moment. So, what I was thinking about is that these meetings are very often spontaneous and kind of free. Like you can jump in at any time, or you can do a government like every 2 weeks get a meeting in. But I was thinking, let's say only 12 people show up tomorrow, and like none of their matches show up. So we got like 12 people sitting there. None of them are matched with each other. So we could do a really quick, sudden, like matching system again, and we can basically just rematch with the people who are there and see how many of the matches turn out. So what I'm going to try and do tonight is I think I'm going to make this matching system like real time as well. We'll have a preset kind of set, and then for everybody, and if the people who are like in the preset are present, then we'll let it match them and take them off the list. But then for the people who haven't gotten any matches, we'll try and match them with each other. And then the people that can't get matched, we might just pay them money. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's probably the best way to do it. Yeah. So that just means I have to write that down on the list and do it. So when you log in, the goal is to start up the universal meeting, teach the core, get them to learn the core, get them to learn some of the flow rules, and then in the second hour have them practice the flow rules while they're debating actual topics and voting and all that stuff. And then the final meeting we'll do this kind of like real-time matching thing and see if it works. And the system has to track when people log in, because there could be people who are like, oh, I was here the whole time. I was all 3 hours I was here, but really they logged in for like the last 20 minutes and we didn't notice because there's like 300 people in the room, right? So that's mostly done, I think, in the database, right? When we were paying them. I do believe. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm curious, like if we have a match of maybe the people will appear, the total number becomes an odd number. Then you have someone hanging.
I see we have 95 people that said they'll come for the gift only. So right now we're learning, at least with Kenyon, that the ratio is 2/3, I think. Or how do I say this? I want to calculate the ratio for a second. If 95 people said they would come to our meeting and get paid by a gift exchange only and no pay, and 63 said no gift but money only, $2 per hour, Kenya. What is the ratio? Okay, so let's figure this out. Okay, so go ahead and try and log into Han. It looks like it's fixed. It should be fixed. So for roughly every one person that wants cash, 1.5 people want the gifts. So that's not bad. Well, it's just not the other way around. Are you doing this on your laptop? Yeah.
Yeah. I think we'll also try the phone so that you can see.
Yeah, once I get the matching stuff done, I was thinking I would make sure to go over the mobile, because most of the people probably have mobile, right?
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of coding. Like we're doing millions of dollars of coding. It is absolutely phenomenal. I remember writing all this code. Ah, victory.
You see it?
Okay. Why is there a big white spot there?
This one here. I don't know.
Go to just like 100% the page size. Is that it?
Yeah, that's 100%.
Wow. Scroll up a bit, like go to the universal tab. That would make sense.
Universal.
Yeah, go to the universal. You're in the particular tab. Okay. Oh, they're still white. Okay. Try and press play on your Jitsi there. Like, try and turn on your video, your camera. Make sure that works.
I have a very poor laptop camera unless I connect to the phone.
What's happening? Is it not turning on?
No, it's stuck. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Should I connect the phone? I always use the phone.
Yeah, get the laptop working first. And then we can try with the phone, but I know the phone is...
Yeah, for the laptop, it's working. I'm saying my camera. My camera, I always connected to the phone. The camera of the laptop.
Yeah, I heard you, but I still want you to try anyway with your laptop camera. Just to make sure that it's working at all. Even if it's crappy, it's better than nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's stuck. So because I use this app called Evium webcam.
Okay.
So when I connect it to the phone, it will show here.
Okay, try and get that to work with your phone and see if it works.
Okay.
Like you're gonna stay logged in with your laptop and just get your video from your...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. I wonder, San, can you take a screenshot of your whole page there, that the white there in the bottom and everything? Email that to me, and I'm gonna send it to my AI and say, why is that happening for you? It's not happening.
Okay.
It's not happening for me.
Yeah. There we go. It's okay.
Oh wow,
Let me take this.
this looks good. Wow, it worked. So cool. And that's on Microsoft too.
There we go. I'll send it to you.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you. Oh, it crashed my Shoot! It crashed my AI browser. Shoot. Okay, let me restart it. Ooh, 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 she's going down hard. Did you send it to Farewell Spirit or MGM?
Oh, here was finished.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Keeping it to that email makes it easier. Okay, let's get in there. Ugh. Ooh, that was wonderfully tasteful. Okay. Okay, there it is. Got it. Okay. Now let's upload this. Okay. Okay. So tomorrow, how do you think we should run the meeting? Should we start with you, or doing the flow rolls, or
Yeah. Some of the people that are coming there, they already know. Some of them already know.
from
Yeah.
from last time, right?
No. Yeah, from the last time. Some. Actually, a good number of them. So we want to show them that these are beautiful it happens when especially you are progressing to know more, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we should start with the normal structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that they can it can cement what they saw the other time. And then we learn the core. How are you like preferring the like should we learn the core?
Well, that's what I was wondering.
With them?
What do you think?
Because for those who were there previously, it will be okay, yeah, I saw this the other time and stuff like that. But for those who are new, we feel like, oh, that's a lot or something. I don't know.
We can make an exception, like, we can say you're not eligible for, I don't know, monetary pay until you have that memorized. That's one way to say it, but in the first hour, it's just us. We could say it and just show them what it's like when you're skilled. Yeah, it actually doesn't take that much time. And so one of us could be reading it out, and one of us could be highlighting it on the screen. Maybe we can do that. And then it could just be really just me and you. And then when they go into the particular meeting, right, for the new people and for the old people, we can explain to them that we're actually going to leave and go to the other rooms. Speaking of that, I wonder if I should log in with my laptop. Not too sure, but I think that if they just see how it's done fast and it's actually not that bad, that's what the first saying is. It's just a display of what they should sound like, right? So we'll keep it professional, and you and I are really fast, right? So as long as if you're rusty, like go and get caught up, and don't look at your screen. Like shut your eyes and say, hey, look, we're actually doing it from memory, you guys. And there's like certain tests that you have to do, like permanent residency or citizenship tests, where you have to know these details about your new government, maybe. So that's what I think we should do for the core, and then I think we'll just tell them that they'll get a chance to do it in the particular rooms. But I'm actually thinking there's no leads in any of these groups, right? To lead it. So how are they going to know what to do when they get into the meeting? Into the particular meeting.
Yeah.
So I'll think about it. Yeah.
Will they be having the screen on?
They should have their screen on, yeah. They should.
So that I know most of them can't.
Why?
Yeah.
Just because of why the data?
It's the first time you are in that platform, and then you don't know people. You're not quite comfortable. It's the online space, stuff like that.
Okay.
So some of them maybe they won't feel like it. But if they see us showing our face, then they will feel free with time.
Well, if we're paying them in money, they should have their screen on. If they're being paid in gift exchange, maybe we can let it slide a little bit. But ideally, right, we're trying to create human-centric, awesome meetings. And being seen, especially for like facial beauty, people might want to show off. We want them to feel like they can shine. Not necessarily just flaunt, but like they don't have to hide themselves. They don't have to hide the giftedness of God from wherever. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So okay, well, I think we should lead them through our normal introduction. Thanks for coming on time every time. Have a joke, like a time joke lined up, Sahan, and then lead through an introduction saying that you're gonna be the executor running the meeting, if that's okay. And then I'm gonna be there so that if anything breaks, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna try and fix it with the AI, like take care of it while you're leading the meeting through. And the first meeting is pretty much just all explanation, jumping between me and you. Basically, you do the intro, and you say you're doing the executor, and I don't know. You could even say the relationship builder with the icebreaker. And then Mark's gonna be the strategist, and then the influencer, or you can do the influencer. You can do the blessing, and then yeah, I think we should lace up our shoes or go somewhere nice and what am I talking about? No, I think we should stay in our place maybe, but we want to make it look somehow different. So do that for the first meeting, and if we can make it to wisdom teams, then we do have the wisdom teams updates on who wants to go where. So I think we can either divide up the...
Okay, so there are the check-ins. How do we do that?
Oh, you're right. With the check-in, it's gonna be tricky. I think
because if you have less people, like 12, 20, we can see maybe a few of them can do the check-in.
I think because it's a universal, like that more personal check-in will happen in the particular and individual meeting. Yeah. So I think in the big universal one, I think people will get to vote on one thing with their time, because they have such little time, right? They'll have like 324th, what everybody else has, or something like that. But I think that as well. Holy smokes! I ate this food and now I'm getting into a food coma again. Holy crap! I am actually a little bit confused. It's kind of very, very rare for me. So when when we get into the wisdom teams, we want it. They're already going to be assigned, but I was going to say something. What the heck was it? What questions did you ask already, Sahan?
It's about the check-ins. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So wow, I'm exhausted. I feel like the check-ins really at the universal are just a very simple. Type in the chat what one word that describes you, and type in your answer to the icebreaker. And you know what? I could write software where the icebreaker pops down, and all they have to do is put their answer right there. Or put into a timer. But I think by the time they get to the last piece, they're gonna have an individual meeting, and that's where they're gonna do that 36 checklist item of 36 things you do to build friendship, long-term friendship or love. I feel like we can do that for a short period of time, 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even for 45 minutes one day. But it's about getting your thoughts under control, and not even just under your control, but aligning with your control with providence, God's necessity. That's what destiny is, actually. So if we do that, I think a lot of people will leave feeling it was intriguing at a minimum. And to get into a wisdom team, we could try and make believe, KO things, but you might have to get another upcut or something so we can put them in there. I don't know, scoop it out or whatever. Why, do you have a vision for it?
Actually, no.
Okay. That's what I think is going to happen. We're going to go through the results, and we might just place them when they subdivide. I could put in the criterion. When they subdivide into the particular groups, that's one of the criteria it uses to match people. In terms of the other place of this law, legal information, that one's a little bit further away, but yeah, I think I can ink one side if I ever wanted to. But okay, so that makes some sense. And then if we do words of wisdom, do you remember what the first words are that we're going to be placing?
The word of wisdom.
Yeah, that's what Chizzy it used to be called Chizzy.
Yeah. So, God.
Yeah, it's God's one, and then pure being is the other one, and then I think consciousness should be the next one.
Do we say God or supreme being or pure being?
Well, God has pure God, and then God has pure being too. So they're two separate but conjoined things.
Yeah.
So when we get people to place it in their tribe, we're going to be able to see right away where the schisms are in their mind, or coherence. Some people have genuinely surprised us, like, whoa, smart little cookie. So we'll run through the meeting, kind of like normal, but with the universal, all the crowd participation will happen in sections, and then we'll assign somebody a section to go count while I'm explaining the dog thing. And I think choosing something, intentionally provocative is powerful. Like putting a dog carcass in an oven or something, it's like really gross. It's like, oh, and they'll say, yeah, animals have rights, and you give them to some animals but not to others.
Is this cheesy part happening in the universal or the particular?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Because you're right, there's not going to be time to position words in words. You know what we can do? In words of wisdom, we can just explain the instructions to anyone that's new and answer any questions. And I should appoint the splitting like of the meeting, splitting of the universal meeting down to the particular meeting, that person or that AI will be tasked with sending straws or the right size or whatever for somebody to them. But there's also there's something else that I was gonna say. What the heck was it now? You had a magic carpet that helped fly you halfway across your internet. It runs these little bottles of condiments. But I can't find this bottle of condiment. Oh, I think I know where it is. Okay, I actually think it's gonna be okay. I'll just eyeball it. It's only me eating it this time around. Maybe Mark Chestnut should come. Yeah, I think the vision is more like they're really, really detailed in a certain way where they respect what people are saying and they write it down. Yeah. I actually don't know. I don't know if it'll be too much for the new people to understand it, right? You should always introduce enough new things that the old crew will have something new to learn. But then actual new crew, they actually do learn it from scratch. So we could try and build something like that, but I don't like leaving water in plastic water jugs. Like if we have to leave it, it's a big one, then it kind of like sits there. Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll do the experienced people, or maybe the newest people. We'll choose them as a demonstration. And all that we're doing is we're just demonstrating all the features. We're not actually going to allocate any points or anything. Like nobody, I think, is going to try and win. So we'll just show how the spreadsheets work, where their spreadsheet is, that they can edit it if they can find it there at the link. And it's going to be in our house. Everything kind of happens in our house as very deeply rich and timid. So I think that's a great point. I think we're just going to do words of wisdom in a safe way. The flow rules, the top flow rules will demonstrate, and then everybody goes off and does it. What do you think of that?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So do you think at the end of the meeting the timers all change like automatically? So like we got to be on the ball. I tried a manual override, but I don't think it's flawless yet. But what will happen is when we switch, we can either decide to stay in the universal and wait for them to come back, or we can go and be one of the participants and one of the leaders in the groups.
So the particular, in the particular is where we group them into 6.
Well, I think we should group them into 5s, maybe 6s, but we want to have them to have like at least 10 minutes to 12 minutes of talking time. You know?
Yeah.
So I think if we're gonna use 10 minutes for fudge, actually it's in my work actually. The raining season is really bad with the electricity, killing birds and things like that. Yeah. I think you have a pretty good, successful chance of pulling this off on Halloween. I think it's interesting timing though, because aren't you guys gonna have Victor and Anna? Dahan, did you fall asleep on me here?
No, I wonder. Victoria and Anna.
What about Victoria?
You think Victoria and Anna?
Victorian Hammer.
Okay. It it seems like on your end you're the one talking, like you're dizzy or you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you mentioned something like Victoria and Anna. So I'm trying to wonder around
Oh,
Victoria and Anna.
Victor and Anna is my niece and nephew. Huh. My sister's kids.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I thought I said that already, but not in this conversation, but prior. But yeah, those are my niece and nephew. And, you know, we're trying to save their lives. We're trying to protect them too, because those children are relying on us, and it's not their fault they have to deal with all this suffering, right? Mm. Okay, it says you can try and log in again. Let's see if it works for both of us.
I'm in already.
You might have to reset though.
Okay, okay.
But like, yeah, do Control Shift R. I restarted the whole thing anyway. It's kind of funny that she became the first new. There must be some kind of thing with
Yeah, there we go. Now it's better, right?
what's better?
There's no white.
Okay, so it fixed it for you. Yes, perfect. Okay, so that looks good, right? Your screen and my screen look exactly the same now. I'm going to check something out here. You can see that glowing one on that arrow key. Ah, you're on the new scoop. The heck? Okay, can you see two chats? I only see one chat. Let's go to advanced. And advanced also only has, oh, it has no chat. Okay. That's annoying, so I'll have to work on that a little bit more. Okay, well, I think we covered a lot here, but what was your earlier question you wanted to ask?
No, you're good. Actually, the big question we were handling was where we will do the cheesy, but so you say the universal rule we shall be explaining the roles.
Well,
and then in the particular, yeah.
You know, if there's time tonight, I'll try and code a nascent version of the Chizzy like right into the website, and then your Chizzy will be like right with your profile. Yeah, so I feel like, on the 10th, the first mock meeting will be, and people will come in their whatever they want to come in that's like honorable and traditional and whatever. I might come with maybe an item from all the heritages I'm from. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But at a minimum, I think we should use pumpkin because it's Halloween, right?
Yeah.
And then if we had fair trade certified chocolate or candy to go with it, we can give a little piece of candy. And they'll probably, not live for too long like that. So I'll have to remove them out of the house. But I think that's pretty much it. I think that's probably going to change the world. Wow, if you're a NASCAR driver, you're sort of like on the high end of things. Look at that. I just thought about like dreaming about NASCAR. Like I had a little partial like sleep just now, which is bizarre, which is like really not good, and it could be signs that I'm in deep refeeding syndrome. And like if I close my eyes and I start to like fall asleep, I get a little bit confused between sleeping and waking state. It's kind of weird. It could just be me not getting enough sleep over the last couple of days. Probably what it is, hopefully. But I think we pretty much. Is there any other questions that I didn't cover here, Sahan? When we do the words of wisdom, I think it'll just be me and you demonstrating, and we'll do it straight from the top. I'm gonna say, here's a bunch of list of words that we're gonna position. And we might start from scratch too. Like I'll delete all the ones that we did, and we'll start from the beginning. We'll say we're going to start with God, and we're going to start with pure being, and we're going to start with whatever. Actually, we can call people up from the crowd and get them to do it if we don't do it, but we could do it. And then once they're all trained up and they know what they're doing, then we're going to try and time it with perfect time, because the meetings switch on their own. When the total timer ends, it's comprende, it's over, and it takes anybody that's attached to it down with it. So we're gonna have to be very careful. But the lukewarm like cabins at the resorts or whatever, it was totally worth it. Like I stayed there all day; it was totally worth it. Okay. They partly fell asleep again. Okay, so does that make sense, Sahan? And then, we haven't been doing the music at the end or the feedback. We could try and get them to do feedback at the end of the meeting and then do the music, but what do you think? How do you think we should do that? Or should we just play the national anthem of God's government in the universal, and then do the like people's personal choices and the other ones?
Yeah.
Yeah? What's yeah to what?
Yeah, we can play the national anthem and then people's choice.
Okay, so I don't know if I got your opinion on this, but tell me like which one do you think we should play? We got a couple of smaller like songs, like little clips. Well, I don't know. Let me see. Oh man. Okay, so I'm just trying to pull this up here. Copy. What's going on here? It's not playing the sounds. What the heck, man? All my speakers are maxed. And it's not playing. What's that in the background? It's like a around, around, around.
Actually, where I'm living, across the street, there's some studio there. I don't know. It's a studio. They usually play those things.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, I see. Okay. Hold on, I'm just opening this thing. Okay, play. It's supposed to be playing. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. There you go. I love this song. Yeah, this is it. So this is the anthem. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it. But it's kind of breaking.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. That's so good. Experience is essence. unfurled. Okay. Oh. I'm just gonna play it. I think I'm gonna try and play it by streaming it to you because it is actually kind of hard to hear it. And we'll try and time it like perfectly, and I'll try and get the music timer working or whatever. But it's like the meetings change on their own, Sahan. Like you'll be sitting there, and then right when it reaches 0, it switches everybody to their individual or particular meeting. So it's kind of tricky. I don't know if I'm going to keep it, but we'll try it for these meetings because it turns into like a game. Okay, so let's play this. Um, who's watching this? One of the elements in the screen is okay. Okay. I think we got it pretty much. Yeah, sorry, Sahan. I'm actually fading pretty hardcore, and I'm struggling hard to just get this done. So if you're able to log in, right? If I saw your screen, oops. Yeah, I feel like I'm struggling hardcore. If you log back in there for a second, I'm gonna turn my screen on too. Oh, mine's not too bad either. Okay, so mine's working. Roughly. Okay, good. What the heck are we doing, Sahan? Talk about exhaustion. Okay, so what was I looking up here? I'm not getting a coma. For real. Why the heck am I? Sorry, Sahan, are you logged in?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can go to there's the meeting. There's 2 chat buttons. Actually, it did it wrong.
Let me share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm actually falling asleep here a little bit. I'm like disappointed in myself, but I also gotta have some grace. 66 days. I'm not even out of refeeding syndrome yet. Holy heck, man.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are these two buttons? You say?
Okay. Now, do you see the? It says live chat there.
Yeah, live chat. I see it here.
Click on it. Okay. You can leave a private and a public message. So you can search me out, and you can send me a message.
In private.
In private, yeah, or in public, either one. Hmm.
You see the website?
Okay, so it didn't come through.
Nobody else is here.
No, it should say, so that was public, right? So you don't really need to check. Oh, it didn't come through to the public side either. Hold on. What about this one? Did you say something in it? Oh shoot. Yeah, okay, private. You're right, it didn't come through. Sahan. Yeah, I don't see Sahan anywhere. That's not true. It's Mark. Did you get that? No, you didn't get it either. Ah. Okay, so I'm gonna fix this as well. It was working, but it broke when it doubled it. Okay. I think we covered pretty much almost everything, but tomorrow I think with the wisdom will be just me and you demonstrating from start to end. And then the particular groups, we're gonna have to select one person that's sort of like the leader, and everybody else will hopefully follow the leader. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to try and do tomorrow. But the meeting will go right to the top, and then it'll switch us over to the other meeting, which doesn't fully work yet, and I will fix the mobile version. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Like, let's refresh. No, it's not. Let's not refresh. Just give me a second. Okay. Let me see if I can send this to you. When Sahan sends me a message. When Sahan sends me a message on the chat public, it doesn't show up. Okay, we're gonna leave that there. I'm gonna refresh and see if that cleans it up. But okay, I'm going to Live chat. It's marked. Okay. Do you see it's marked anywhere?
Refresh.
I did refresh. Oh, I said it's marked. Okay. Actually, we should. Well, tell me when she's done that portion. Okay, I might need to just fix this all night. We could just wake up early, Sahan, and work on it a little bit. Like maybe 2 hours before the meeting. I need to take a nap. Like I can barely think right now. It is bizarre.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have any final questions? Like your questions have been spot on.
For now, no. Maybe tomorrow we'll catch up.
Okay, yeah, because there's a lot of the potential people coming. But okay, if you think of anything, let me know. I'm going to try and write this one last prompt, and then I'm just going to sleep. Okay, and at least we found out what the problem is, and at least you can log in now. We did solve that to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But I do want to like run through a whole meeting with you just to test out the software and whatnot. And then tomorrow, maybe after we're done doing that, if you hear back from you write to your priest, or your priest, and then or you go down and talk to or call somebody from the United Nations office. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, San. Like I shouldn't have ate all that food. I am really exhausted right now. Sorry. Like,
okay.
I think I fell asleep 3 times at some point. I don't know. But yeah, we'll talk to you hopefully in a couple of hours. Try and come in. I don't know. Tomorrow's going to be at your afternoon, so if you come in an hour or two, like if you came in even 2 hours early at 3 o'clock, we can mess with it. Or if you're are you going to work tomorrow? Well, no, you shouldn't because we're having a meeting.
No, we have the meeting.
Yeah, okay, good. So you know what I'm thinking is we might as well just meet in the early morning. We just keep doing this, just keep hammering the code. While I'm working on the code, I'll be refreshed, so I won't be like repeating myself. You call the United Nations and see if you can send that stuff to the priest by email or whatever it is, and we'll just pick this back up. Then what time is it where you are right now? 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9:21.
9:21. Yeah, go ahead, take the rest of the night off, or if there's anything you think you can do to prepare for this group, like prepare the outreach, like a reminder email. But remember, the reminder email should give them everything they need to get to the meeting. It should say, hey guys, this is just a reminder, here's the meeting details. It starts at this time. I put all 4 zones, right? And you say, here's the exact link. And what else could we send them? We could send them the core. Yeah, we could say, yeah, we're going to be doing the core. Or we can give them an example of the default itinerary so they can look at it and see what we're going to be doing. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Sure.
And then, yeah, I think if they... Oh, yeah, and then a gift exchange. We can send the link to the gift exchange, and then they can open that up and look for their match. You know what though, that might not be a good idea, because what if they find their person and they contact their person and they just go straight to the individual meeting, share their gifts, and just say screw the rest of the meeting. Do you know what I mean? That could actually happen.
Yeah.
Well, okay, think about how to solve that. I'll try and think about it when I wake up. And it should be good to go. Okay?
Okay.
Capiche? Alright. Awesome job today, Sahan. I really appreciate it a lot. I think the whole world's gonna thank you for being really amazing in a challenging time like now. So, okay, I'll see you soon, and let me know if you have any other questions. Okay.
Okay, take care.
Okay, man. Peace out. I can't. I have to actually sleep now. Holy smokes! I actually can't really function right now. I have to drink that water. Did I take the Alka-Seltzer thing this morning? I didn't because I was dehydrated. Pretty sure. Well, really. Right, we have to sleep. I can't. I can't even function right now. So the AI is going crazy. Can't remember if I had these this morning. Did I? Oh man, I'm tired. I do kind of just want to go to sleep now. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Uh, oh man. There's something about eating now that is not normal. Like I'm like blacking out when I'm eating. I think it's the carbs. Oh man. And I'm like taking my thiamine and I'm taking my phosphate and I'm taking multivitamins. Oh, oh my gosh, man. Oh, I'm like sweating. Hmm. Performance 252 more than normal. That's pretty good. Views are pretty stable. I think I'm not doing so well actually. I don't feel quite right. Like I get food coma kind of thing, but like when I'm actually sitting here falling asleep and not remembering. Oh, we got another follower. Great. Good job, you guys. We're almost at 320 subscribers. That never happens. And this is shadow banned, by the way. I'm shadow banned, and I'm still breaking through a little bit. Oh my gosh. You tried. I tried. I can open up my cup. Goodness. Okay. Nothing urgent. Okay. Oh, oh my gosh. Oh, holy cow. Ouch. Weird, I'm already feeling a little bit more awake. Like all I have to do is trick my brain to think that I had a break. incredibly, the call today, it was just me and Brian. It started off a little bit tense. But I told them, I said, hey, look, man, like, it looks like they destroyed your reputation. You're seen as a Trump guy. You're seen as a David Icke guy. And all the credibility you had is pretty much gone. I said, we could rehabilitate your reputation. And I said, the people that we have here are rednecks, they're ranchers, they're doctors, they're surgeons, they're engineers, they're all types of people. There's one thing we have in common is that we actually do live by love. And we want to change the world, all of us. And each one of us is a pretty good listener and a deep thinker. So I said to him, look, I said, London Real and your previous thing is pretty much over. I saw his views. I saw his mayoral election actually had 0.3%. They crushed him. They destroyed any future chance that he has of being mayor, at least the old way. So I said, why don't we make Dubai Real, the new thing, not just about a discussion like your old discussion, that's civil society and family and all that. I said, you need to talk about the state, not just in terms of running for the state or running for somebody else's government, but building your own. And I said, that's what we're doing. But we're not just building one in a country, we're building the government for the world because no one's done that. The United Nations is not a government. So I said, that would make incredible content you've never covered before. But I said, you're ready for it. You have all this diverse experience, but we're going to have to redeem you. And we have to redeem everybody. But I said, you kind of went down the David Icke, Trump hole a little bit much in a way where they can pigeonhole you. And they're going to get you all the time on these articles on the internet and all that. But I said, that doesn't mean you can't vindicate and get some more. So I feel like he has a lot of contradictions. Like he has the right space to handle all the contradictions and have it come out positive. So what he's basically saying is, yeah, we don't have to. We're the only ones in his investor circle that don't have to pay the full $50,000 startup, but he really likes the idea and the idea to start a government, like God's government too. I'm not kidding. And I said, you know, it would be kind of perfect for where he's at. And yeah, he was really actually receptive. He said, you know what? He said, broadcasting is my actual main passion. He said, I'd rather do the show, but we have to set up the base, like the funding for it. He says, that's what I'm doing right now. That's what the real estate. He says, I'm going to build a real estate market here and then channel that into the show and start over. Not really start over, but start some kind of fresh new content. That's not just interviewing. And I said, well, if you don't just want to interview, that means you have to go and debate policy, not just some other government, but like a global one. That's new. And people have like little small models. This is a real opportunity. I said we have software that we're building, a whole bunch of things. And I said we can make you look like a saint. So you have to apologize for some of the mistakes you might have made in the past and do a sort of like that was then. We've learned, we had a breakthrough. We're coming back even stronger kind of thing, like a Rocky kind of thing, you know. And he was really he understood that I really understood what he was going through. And he says, you know, Mark, I'm making an exception just for you and your friends. If you put up the $10,000, it's actually to get into the investor circle. So but that's why he says you're supposed to buy into like an actual property. But he says, you know, the 10,000 gains you access directly to me. That's what it is, and the other people in the circle. But he says if you just want to talk the ideas and do the show, he said, I like your ideas, Mark. I actually do. So all that we have to do is pay the 10,000 and have a weekly call and discuss like where we think the show could get really good and if we can all get on it, what we would all do and say. And we're all unique. Like we all have a great story. Like we have engineers. We got you. We got me. We got my sister potentially. We have Justin potentially. And 10,000. Everybody has like 10,000 laying around. It seems like, except for me. But I warned him. I said I'm the guy that has to make the sacrifices to bring everybody together. I said that's my role. So I had to sell everything. I'm taking the biggest risk of all. And like I'm even risking my life now because I have nothing else to give. Like not even labor because AI is taking that over. So anyway, if you don't want to put up all 60 grand, because he said the model wasn't all clear and he admitted to that. He said, yeah, it's not actually all. He said he didn't want anybody copying the model. until you buy in, because then you have an incentive not to tell other people and rip them off, right? Because you're ripping yourself off. And I thought that's actually kind of smart. But he says, Mark, for your people, I'm going to answer your questions a little bit more and give you the links to the Mara website where it actually answers them a bit more. And he says you don't have to buy into the properties anymore. You just send the 10,000, then start having the calls and say. He says if it goes well and our ideas align, then the show will happen. But he says what I'm trying to get now is to say if it doesn't, we don't align and it doesn't work out, that we get a refund of some kind. Like, if we do 4 calls with them or whatever, then we all put up $1,000. Like if we go for 2 months and it doesn't turn into anything, then we give him 2,000 and we get 8,000 back or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. It's maybe fair because his time is valuable and he is rebuilding a bunch of stuff. So this opportunity just got even more rare. You know what I mean? So he said he just signed up a guy for $100 million yesterday, right after us yesterday. Or was it this morning? So I mean, he said, Mark, we don't have any problem raising money, but he did say that there was an image issue going on. The media comes after you when you go into politics. I said, I know, it's happened to me, but I lived in such a way where I can always be redeemed because my life is actually very pure, and I'm actually a more cautious sublated debater, right? So the call ended great, and he says, Mark, I'm doing this because I really like you, and there's something about the people you're bringing that it is a different vibe than what he's used to. We are a unique crew, Johnny. Like, we are it. We are the right stuff, man. So if that makes it easier for you to invest, is just to do the 10K, then we could probably start the discussions like next week. And Sahan went to his church and his priest, and he actually made an appointment, and they're sitting down with him and potentially giving an office space in the church, in the Catholic Church, for God's government. It'll be like the God's government room, just a practice. And then Sahan's going to be our first sort of like employee there and paying him. He said he'll do it all day for $8, which is amazing. So, he works under a construction crap job for $8, or he works for us like this, or works with us for this, until we can start doing a real barter and exchange and give stuff. So, and he's also going to go to the United Nations. Like, there's only 4 headquarters of the United Nations in the whole world, and every other city has like a little hub. And guess where one of those 4 headquarters are? In Nairobi, Kenya, right where Sahan lives. He lives literally like a 10-minute bus ride away. Isn't that crazy? So he's actually going to go there physically, and there's like 6 offices we can talk to you on 2 different approaches. One is we can either convince the United Nations to start becoming God's governments and align with universal logic, or we just start doing it ourselves and start like taking poaching their people and starting the real government worldwide. And then using London Real and his platform and his billionaires and all his people to like supercharge it and launch it and all that all this cool AI people that can vindicate that I know what I'm talking about. So it's a once in a lifetime thing, man. It just got even rarer for us. But if you want to get into the luxury real estate, it's kind of risky, right? Because if the war actually takes off, if Iran really bombs things, then it's bad. But if China really comes in and tries to straighten out the whole Strait of Hormuz, and it turns into a full-on war zone there, that could be a little dangerous at the Palm, right? But some of the properties aren't beach properties. That's something else that Thomas pointed out. But he is willing to clarify more details, and I can send those to you guys. But yeah, let me know, Johnny. Are you in on this? And I think it's just super rare. And we'll just sit down and we'll just discuss, like we kind of did on that first call. It's like, what does God's government really look like? And then I'll do my like weird thing, and then everybody will be like, what the hell are you talking about? and then I think that Brian will do a superpower to be like, you know what, I know just the person we should invite to the next meeting. And he'll invite like some kind of like superstar AI dude who also knows metaphysics and Hegel, and I sit down with that guy for an hour, and then I break through with him, and that guy will be like, yeah, this, like Mark actually knows what he's talking about. No one's ever done this before, and then yeah, all it takes is for one person to vouch for me, one person, Johnny, that has credibility, and this thing's going to take off like wildfire. So that's what I imagine is going to happen. And with Sohan there and the Kenyans there, there's like Ugandans now. And with like there's like 7 big dates for the God's election coming up, like the mock election. We're doing a trial run by the middle of or beginning of August, and then by the end of August might actually have it all complete, and maybe we might even do the real election based on wisdom. So, okay, so this is a nice little super exciting thing because he was started off a little bit skeptical, and then I kind of told him what I really thought, and he's like, you know what, that actually might be a really good idea. And he says, you know what, I'm just going to do this for you guys. He says we kind of do have the money already, but he said this is actually really what he wants to do is this passion and broadcasting. And he said the world is in trouble. And he was actually kind of very secretive about his spiritual beliefs and all that, but by the end of it, I must have said something totally, I came off full blast myself. And he opened up a bit. He said, yeah, you know, this is actually who I am. And it was great. It was really, really wonderful. But I don't want to waste this opportunity. So are you able to jump in quick so I can tell him that we got like 2 of us, 3 of us, 4 of us, 5 of us, however many of us. Like there's 7 of us right now that have the 10 grand, but there's only like 4 of us that have the 60 grand in total. And not a lot of people want to take the full risk now until we know more of the details, right? Because if the vehicle that they have, like after our money goes through Mara Invest, right, that software, and it goes into this corporation, they own the title. And what AI warned was, if something goes wrong, they actually own the asset. We own nothing, and then they just sit on our money, and they might get paid fees and all these types of things, and we backed everything. We're the suckers that sit there for years with no payouts, no nothing. So that was a really smart thing that AI pointed out, and so I asked them like, who actually owns the titles? And he says, you actually all own the title. It's a percentage thing. I thought that's actually pretty smart. So yeah, what do you think? And this is an opportunity to have a wild conversation that he can invite almost anybody to these things. And it'll be wild, man. It'll be wild. So please let me know what do you want to do. Okay, peace. Look out. I just want to sleep. There's so much to do, but it's good. It's good. Oh, man. Like I'm hungry again. Like there's something going on. My electrolytes are doing something strange. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Doing these like human tests are starting to get a little annoying. Oh. Mm. To sleep. Oh. Oh my gosh. What the heck am I doing here? Ugh. Oh, I don't know. What do I do here? Okay, I saw your post on my Facebook or my YouTube. Yeah, it's been a really interesting day for me too. I'm very happy that you're making breakthroughs. Um, yeah, I'll leave this one kind of short since you were trying to listen to my other recording, but just letting you know I saw your message and yeah, there's some interesting updates on my side too. I don't know. Um, we found a way to discuss changing the world with a guy who can actually do it. But he's kind of controversial. But I think you'd understand how they're trying to attack him and pigeonhole him and destroy him and all this. Um, so yeah, I think there's some potential here, seriously. Okay, look at this. This is like my first recording. I'm not going over 1 minute. I'm gonna stop it before 1 minute happens. So yeah, I'm sure we'll touch base. I need to take a nap. I'm having like micro sleeps. Okay. Yeah, peace, peace, peace. Okay, I hear you about the investment 10 grand. I kind of thought you might have I kind of burnt into that during the last year. I have no idea how you survived for so long. Like I can barely afford any food here. I'm like spending like $300, and I'm eating it all in no time. I'm just constantly hungry, just constant. I'm getting heat flashes and a whole bunch of stuff. And I actually asked AI about like what happened to my treatment, and exactly what I suspected happened. It said very very likely happened. They gave me double vision. Do you know what caused the double vision? It was brain swelling. And they did that because they didn't give me enough thiamine before they put in the dextrose and sugar. So they drained my brain of the last thiamine I might have had in it to the point that I couldn't even see. I literally couldn't see straight. And when I got in there, I was seeing straight, which means I had preserved enough thiamine. So they literally drained my brain, gave me a headache, and made me feel like I was drowning, which was a pulmonary edema. I was being overfluidated, or I had overfluid happening. So I didn't know the fancy words, but I found the words for exactly what I experienced. So I'll leave this kind of short. Um, I still think you should come to the discussions maybe. I'm going to set this sort of like tone a little bit and just say, hey, we need to build a global governance model. And it needs to be non-oppressive and it needs to be in line with this universal logic, or else it is going to be oppressive. And we're going to get an oppressive one anyway because of the zero-sum game that's happening with the global rich who don't have any regulatory system, no good game rules. So I invited a few people, but I thought maybe your uncle, your rich dad or whatever might be able to loan you something, you know what I mean? Because I think you're a lovable person, despite the sort of like the bitterness sometimes and the only child syndrome, which is hard on people, very hard on people. I think just people know that you're a good person. You're a good person to have on the earth right now, and loyal, trying to find yourself. So I shouldn't leave long recording. I just left you a 23-minute recording if we got. So look, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So I'll leave it there. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if there's somebody you can join or somebody else. Feeling hungry again. Okay, I'm gonna have a little bit of cereal, and then I'm gonna hit the hay for real. I feel I feel drained. That's what I feel. What is it now? 2:15. Okay, it's still time. Ah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Almost 4.5 hours. 5 hours of sleep. Okay. Oh. Okay, there's some really big companies in there. Period. So I'm guessing it's kind of like Facebook ads except fancier, where they tell you what your click per cost is and what your lead cost is, etc. Question mark. And 1,000 views for $5. Uh, might not be that great if they don't turn into leads, right? So how many of those 1,000 turn into viable leads? On Facebook ads, our best campaign for not just views but actual lead generation of people that have come to our meetings is around 7 cents per person. But that's, the global development, and for perhaps poorer nations or developing nations. Not for Canada or Ivy League, period. But when Facebook Meta staff looked at our campaigns, they were blown away. And they said these results for leads was amazing and very rarely seen, period. We get exposure of something like 70,000 for, I think, $40. We get a few hundred leads. So not sure how AdForm compares and what kind of market that they're in. When it comes to Brian Rose, though, we're not just trying to get leads. We're actually going to be building God's government with the people in his network who have the right tools and the right leverage to get it running in the next month or two. Period. Our software is actually already running, and we're just adding in the election pieces now and the global task management system from the patent application. Wow, the system really sucks. So we're not just paying for leads, and I think that's what Brian is avoiding, is just becoming a pimp for other people's usury and no real community. Period. He has really high quality individuals. Like, how often do you have access to a billionaire? Question mark. How many billionaires does expose you to? Expose you to? Question mark. Period. My concern is that by the time you get enough views to get enough leads, we will have built God's government already, and be scaling with real human beings in real connection through basically warm leads, people that we already know and have tens of thousands of stories and memories with. So we get something like $500 billion in not just views, but actual connection building and getting people actually invested. Period. And we don't want people handling thousands of connections and conversations and leads in a dead mechanical way, like what you have to do when you're sorting through all these lists that you get from these companies. Instead, we take a very human-centric approach and flow state approach where everybody only brings on 6 to 9 people maximum. Period. And once they get their 6 to 9, they don't reach out to anybody else, but they can help their 6 to 9 get their 6 to 9 going as well. So that's why I think it's worth the 10,000. And I don't think we're ever going to get an opportunity like this again. Okay, now I'm done. Dang it. I feel like it's never gonna end. There's just so much exciting things to do. Um, Oh, Oh boy, now I'm gonna go on a phone call. Look at this. Like, I told Stohan I was gonna go to sleep. I laid down for literally like 30 seconds a minute. And here I am, like hours later, still working. I'm sweating like crazy. Like I'm uncomfortable. My hand hurts. I'm sweating like crazy. My beard isn't even going. And I'm hungry again. Oh, ouch. Oh, I actually can't sit on my. I can't get on my tippy toes. I almost fell down just now. Okay, this guy wants to talk. I'm gonna eat this, and this will probably give me another sugar spike or something. Put me to sleep, and then I'll actually be able to sleep because I caught up on all my work. Where's both straight plain Jane Shreddies? Put that sugar down. Alright. This stuff is like all expired, technically. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, can you hear me?
Recording in progress.
Yes, hello. So exciting things can be happening here, and I feel your pessimism, right? Like you're not a fool. It is hard to get things done right now, right? Like for anyone, but it's not impossible. And like I kind of wish I kept up more with you, but we actually have the movement already growing, and that's how I survived the last hunger strike, right? Like I went 66 days, no food, and it was pretty scary. But we did it, and we pulled off the software time because of Claude, right? Claude Code is so good that it actually can build the complex software that I designed in the patent. And the patent's already running the whole government system. It's all the ideas are thought out, the privacy system, everything's thought out. Because I got to the executive director of the patent process, right? The guy that you have to go to get approved for the final granting of the patent. So I got past all the editing and all the tweaking, and got very far. And it was patenting for like 6 years. So everything was thought out. Now all we need to do is build it. And guess what comes along? AI. So all the ideas are, because they're already coherent, right? Like I told you, I'd organize your ideas. That's all your ideas are missing. Is they just need to be put in the order. So all I had to do is tell Claude Code, look at my patent. It's 200 pages long, and just build it. And it did. And it's still doing it. It's very complicated, right? So it's struggling. But then Claude Fable comes out, and now can do it again. Like it's like right perfectly on time. So we're having major successes. Like I probably did $2 million worth of coding in the last month because it's like nonstop, right? It's just I don't have to slow down at all. So like even right now, it's coding. It'll code for like 20 minutes at a time because I have big chunks. And now all we're doing is we're beta testing it with multiple users all around the world. I got my own domain name. I got Cloudflare protecting it, which I don't like, but I might switch it. We have our own little server. We're running we're running our own LLM on a $5 server. That's how efficient it is. So now we've cracked the code with the people. So if you have to pay for people, we have a very hyper targeted way to do that. We have 36 campaign types. And it ranges, all of them are actually pretty cheap. Our most expensive one is like 47 cents a lead. But our cheapest one is 7 cents a lead. And our average is about 13 cents a lead. Facebook told me that's unheard of. They're like, how did you even do that? And we found a little bit of a loophole in their auctioning process. So it worked. And so we have 4,000 leads right there. And they're verified emails and verified phone numbers. Well, the trick that we use is the secret sauce, Thomas. The secret sauce is that you don't compete in the auctions. If you compete in the auctions, you have to pay the auction prices. We don't pay the auction prices. So we found a way to make a bunch of our campaigns a lot smaller. And when you run a lot smaller campaigns that are hyper targeted with universal logic, then you don't have to run very many. Like 36 is the sum total of all essential human traits. So it was universal logic that was the trait that basically allowed us to run small campaigns that were ultra successful because they're ultra targeted. And the algorithm didn't have a hard time finding people. And we found the cheapest countries where our demographics were. So all that stuff was because I recognized where the people were in each category of consciousness. So when we employed it and we ran it, it just got better and better and better and better and better. And then we got under 10 cents and we're like, how low is it going to go? And it kept getting lower. Like it's still probably going lower. If we wouldn't have stopped them, we'd probably be at 6 cents by now. So I told you about this board. I targeted the 5 modes of consciousness. And then I mixed them with the life areas. And that's all you need to do. And you can also mix it with tribes, but I think the tribes are a little bit less effective. But when you understand how human beings work in their essence, right? You don't need to run all these machinations because you're running by essence. These 5 types are everybody, and they are in all 11 life years. So all we did is we targeted them. We found out which ones were cheapest, and we ran A/B tests on all of them because where you start your campaign makes a difference too. So we always run A/B tests, and usually one of them does way better, and then we just cancel the one that works worse, and we just let this one run, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. So if you do those things, and you have a really good imaging and messaging campaign, which we do, because we now have our slogan, right? We have our slogan, we have our core sentence, we got our problem sentence, we got our 2 sacred sentences, and we got our implementation strategy. So we have very key words that we use, and we use them only in specific campaigns in hyper-targeted ways, and it worked. So that's just Facebook. If we need to pay for ads for like $100, we can get our ads. We get thousands of leads. And that's not views. These are people that get on a call with us and come to our meetings like 3 days later. And they fill out our forms and they confirm their phone numbers. So it's not a bunch of empty phone numbers, it's not a bunch of empty emails. And like we actually started to use WhatsApp to message people, and we got even higher conversions. So like it's like over 30%. I think when I messaged my first batch, it was like 50% plus. So half the leads they're all real, but half the leads actually say yes, like right away within 1 or 2 responses, because our messaging was so good. Like Fairworld, we did name testing, right? And Fairworld Spirit is over 200% better than any of the other 15 names we were using worldwide. And it worked. So.
Yeah, I'd like to learn that too. Maybe we do some marketing together.
Well, here's the thing.
Potentialism campaign.
Well, I could. You'd want to pay me $10,000. I'll give it to Brian Rose. I'll get Brian Rose to help build your system, and we'll change the world. Is what I'll do. Because by the time you get your leads right and you educate them, it's going to take you a while to. Actually, how's your software going?
Just slowly. I have some offshore partners that are not very creative, so it needs a lot of guidance and progressing very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using large language models, but they're also not creative, so it's making everything mediocre. But you can't win with a mediocre.
I did. Exactly, and now the new bottleneck is not technological development, right? The new bottleneck is not technicality. It's how fast can you think up ideas that are time-compressing ephemeralization, right? Creativity is about seeing what other people can't see as new combinations of what's already there that unlocks essence. And essence is about doing more with less, as you know, right? So right now, that's why I have such an advantage, is because I'm the idea guy, and I was bottlenecked by technicalities, and now that's gone. And now I'm just flying. Like, literally did millions of dollars of programming. This patent by itself, like, we have the patent, which is like 21 inventions. But we also have the meeting structure, the ELMs I told you about. So what we did is we built out the whole ELM meeting structure, and we combined it with the patent. So it's one mega system of you have discourse in this very safe psychological way, because we know how to combine people based on universal logic, right? You do a bunch of discourse, and what ends up happening? People feel safe. You generate amazing ideas. You be authentic. And when you're authentic, you create vulnerability, and vulnerability allows you to explore options that are normally off the table. And when you do that, you discover something profound, and you've got an exemplar, right? And you have revolutionary science or revolutionary creativity. Then you take that idea, which is a generator of all value, right? I think it was Robert Solow or Thomas, I can't remember exactly the guy's name, but I think it was Robert Solow, was the famous economist that proved that it's not your education systems, it's not your energy systems, it's not your natural resources, it's not your political systems, it's your research and development on ideas that determines whether you're a rich country or a poor country. So you got to be able to turn those ideas into commercialized action items. And that's where the GSD system comes in, the get stuff done system, right? You have your discourse in the safe dialectical way, and we actually have ways to calibrate and have hyper nuanced settings. You have that discourse in that special way, ideas pop out, we immediately go into the patent and we turn it into not checklists, which burn people out, but we turn them into task galaxies. And then people see the dependencies and they feel like they're part of a team. And they see what world issues they're working towards. We're calling a dream finder. Oh, excuse me. And it does all the flow matching. It does all the calculations for them. So all they have to do, we actually did an experiment on this. Our system, compared to a normal checklist, I think it calculated 0.6 seconds. So 600 milliseconds, I think. You gain the equivalent of what would take you half an hour to learn through checklists. Just by a glance, the way that we have it. It saves so much brain power that it increases the ability of people to get into flow state 1,000-fold. I think it actually said something closer to like 600 to 1,000-fold. And all that energy can go into the projects instead of being reading checklists all the time. Because dependency trees take a lot of energy to rebuild in the checklist style or even the Gantt chart stuff. So it was a really powerful synthesis to go from idea generation and discussing and self-expression, right? That's the whole spiritual goal, is to grow into the best version of ourselves that we can be in providence, right? Destiny. So once you do that, and you're in a very positive environment that pumps you up, but also points out your growth limits, right? You do that in right ratio, which is 3 compliments to every critique, and that person becomes like a mastermind. It's amazing. Then you take the ideas, you put them into the dependency trees, you build teams around them, and you use flow matching to give people a very fast way to know which job would work good for them. And then they just sign up for them. And there's a transaction system where you can transact and people can recommend and a whole bunch of stuff. And it's just a lot more fun. It looks beautiful, it's entertaining to the brain. And there's like a bunch of pop-ups and cool ideas and cool things you can join. So we solved roughly 252 problems of global movement building, and it's not easy, right? Every single one of those 252 things that are now in the software that Claude Fable is coding right now. I just go through my list. I just copy paste. Now do this. Now do this. Now do this. It's like amazing, and then it also beta tests it, right? Like it opens up like a browser and it actually goes and runs it. And now it has multi-users, so I actually gave it permission to have multi-users so it can do multiplayer testing and transactions. It's incredible. I have to burn tokens, but it's incredible. So with all these systems, and I actually have a whole bunch of wired up, like I have backends and I have databases, and we can actually turn Claude on and off and a whole bunch of things, and it's really, really efficient. So basically we did all this programming of, I think, priceless levels of ideas. And I'm saying now, we don't really need the leads. What we need is capacity. So we need people like Brian to protect us from exactly what you said, because I experienced the same thing. And my friends did too. Those Y Combinators, like I avoid those like the plague. Right back in 2014, 2016, I avoided those guys. My lawyer was from one of those factories. I said, I'll work with you, but I won't work with the whole tech hub. And that guy screwed me over. Even the one guy screwed me over. I paid him like I paid him like $26,000 to expedite the patents. And then he just gave up and like went to a different province. And next thing you know, I have this other woman. I'm like, who are you? And she's like, your lawyer left our firm. I was like, what? So I hear you. My other friend started a really good idea about, scanning TVs and getting items on there, and you can order the items right off of Amazon right away. He was one of the pioneers in that. And he did the normal thing. He went to a VC, he went through his seed round, and he got $500,000, and they built it out, and he got the 5 prototypes and all that, and he hired all the Chinese, and then what ended up happening was a hostile takeover. And they said, Mike, that's our money. So we like you, but we think that you're not at your capacity as a CEO. So we're going to bring in a professional CEO, and we're going to give you 10% or 15% of your company, and then we're going to run it, and you're going to make a good return. And he's like, what? He's like, no, I want to actually run my company. And they somehow finagled him out of it through all the legalities, and he was so mad. I was sad for him because I saw it coming. But the way that they did it to him was really nasty. And it made him really jaded. So when he invented his new company, he's doing now like car insurance things, like taking on the legal industry. He doesn't trust any of them. So he structured things so that he would stay in control, and he still gets help, but he says he hates it. He says he doesn't like that world at all. It's not what they make it out to be. If you try and do it ethically and all this stuff, and then his brother got murdered, and it's really he's under. He's like he could make a movie out of this guy's life now. But I think you're wise to avoid it because the big money is about exploitation and not about community. Whereas you and I are different creatures. Like we're disciplined, right? I just went 66 days without food because I value something other than money. I value care, sacrificing for each other, being there for each other, sharing, proportionality, justice. I care about it, and I'm willing to sacrifice for that. You can't corrupt somebody like me. I'm not interested in that world. I've been in that world. I know what it feels like to be hollow and to wonder why the hell are we even doing this? Not me. I don't like it. I'd rather die this way than live that way for eternity. Hands down forever. We need people like that at the core, and I don't think there's ever been a government movement globally that has that. There's always somebody that doesn't get it or is corrupted, right? And that's it. You only need one person to spread gossip because culture eats strategy for breakfast. It really does. So you have to set the culture first, and then out of the culture comes the ethos. And I feel like Brian has that. I think he's getting sucked into the dead world, but he's still catchable. And his second conversation with me proved it today that he's still there. The old Brian is still there. So I think if we surround him with people like us and rebuild his network, I feel like he would protect us and we would protect him, and we'd find the symbiotic relationship where I don't feel Brian being greedy. I feel Brian being ambitious. And there's a big difference there, right? So I feel.
However, I don't want to pay for which I don't get any defined value except food membership.
Okay, well,
Nice to be part of a group, but 10K is a bit expensive as an entrance fee.
okay, hold on. I agree with you. So here's where I think
The sweet spot is. I feel like we can put up the 10 grand. He's just saying if we're serious. But I think that if we got a guarantee of a show or our money back minus whatever time we put in, right? So if we had a call once a week or twice a week for 2 months, we could say, okay, it's not going to work out. We'll give you, $1,000 a month for the consulting or whatever. So we'll lose 2 grand, but we get 80% of the money back. So we still get $8,000 back of the 10,000 if we decide in 2 months from now. It should take less than 2 months for us to see if Brian is lost or if he'll work out. Because I'm going to come at him pretty quickly next week, right? If we jump into this, I'm going to say, here's the vision, here's Thomas's vision, here's how our visions connect, here's how I'm a little bit ahead of him, and here's how we're going to get his ideas into the system anyway, in this way, in this way, in this way. And then I'm going to say, we're all going to get paid special royalties, like special dividends based on this fairness and this flow state, adjusted for our Pareto categories, our God-giftedness, right? And then we're going to talk about, is that what real fairness is about? And then we'll have a discussion about it. And then I think people agree that when you adjust for God's giftedness, you get to the internal world. And that's where the justice pay really is. So we're going to have those discussions, and they should be very fruitful within probably the first 2 or 3 weeks. And if they're not, we'll drag them on a little bit longer. It's only a couple of hours a week, maybe, right? It's not even a lot of time. So we're not really losing a lot of money if we have the guarantee, and we're not really losing a lot of time because we're just speaking to him in between our actual projects. I'm full blast on mine. Like I actually don't really need much more. Like, if we can actually get this sharing out, like, we found a way that we don't have to pay money to a lot of the volunteers that we have with us. If this works out, we're doing the first test tomorrow. Actually, we're doing technically the second test. This one actually has the software working to that level. The software broke before because we had too many people and we didn't have cloud table working, and so Trump banned it. So now it's been released again, and it fixed all that. So it'll be the first time that we can have the meetings all the way through in what's called the form of the notion. That's that universal light, it's that God Lodge. So if that works out, that means we're not going to have to pay our volunteers ever again, not with money. And we just did a poll and a survey to see how many of our 300 people would want to come just for the gift exchange and not for the pay. And what we found, luckily, is that for every one person that wants just the money, we get over 1.5 people that'll do it for free. So we actually have more people that want to work for free, well, work with the gifts, than work with just the money. So what we'll do is we'll say, well, the people that just work for money, we'll have them as backup if we really need them. And we're just going to train up the other crew that are here for the vision and the gifting. So that's where we're at now. If we can actually get that piece figured out, that's one of the last pieces. We call that the flow matching engine. If that actually gets finished and it works tomorrow, we have like 3 beta tests this month. I'm going to do it 3 times. Then we've cracked the code for like to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of recruitment, like for virtually for free. So and that's what a government is. It's really just a coordination layer. And we solved the recruitment problem already and flow state problem. Now we'll be sharing the payment problem. And I think if we get it all worked out like this month, then by next month we might reach global like there's a real chance to reach global critical mass, or the month after. Especially
It's very hard to win.
Well, that's the thing. That's why you can't use social media because there's no social bond. The only way that bonds can have emotional resonance is if you have stories, and stories happen through memory.
time, right? You build trust over small instances at first, and then you start doing bigger ones because you know them, and they won't be faking it over here. So the only connections that we have that are like that are our family, our good friends, our childhood friends usually, and our good acquaintances, people that we meet in ethical places that get their jobs because they're just good people. So we took advantage of that. We used Facebook to prime the space and get like beta testers to get the software good enough to handle hundreds of people. And when we got the beta testing to that level, then we started moving towards, okay, instead of putting the money towards Facebook, what if we just paid you guys a little bit more to get your flock started? And we say, when you limit them, they actually, it does something really good psychologically. It makes it so that they choose the best people. It's about quality, not quantity. So we say you can contact a maximum of 28 people in your network, but only 6 to 9 of them are actually going to be working with you every day or every second day. We said you actually have to trim it. And we say we actually don't want you to go past that because you're going to ruin it. You're going to burn out, and then you're going to do a bad job, and then it's going to fall apart. When we get to hundreds of millions of people, there's going to be so much energy, people won't even know what to do. So I said you're only going to want to have 6 to 9 people to look after because your life is going to get very, very full. It's going to get very, very meaningful because everything you need will start happening. And we're preparing for that. And we calculated it that 6 to 9 is like the maximum. That's all you can really handle with your prefrontal cortex when every relationship is fulfilling. And that doesn't mean you don't meet new people. We actually have 3 layers of rotation. But the one around you, the one that we're building now, the warm connections, that one's called the universal. That one changes maybe your entire life. That doesn't change, but maybe once in your life. These people are like lifetime people with you. Your next level is the particular people. These people come and go every 7 years roughly. And then you get your daily or weekly acquaintances. So it's like fast, medium, and then like really slow. So we break the networks down into these connections. And then the stories that you have in the network with your warm connections, right, are already there. You don't have to build 10,000 memories or 10,000 hours worth of memories. You already have it. right? And if you only need 6 to 9 people, most people are like, oh, I don't know anybody that's like that. But when you really think about it, you do. Most people have 3 friends that are pretty good. And the trend is going down, obviously, right? But most people have a handful of friends that they can pull on. And if they have like a bad connection, we'll just rotate them out with somebody else. So this is, and like we'll use Facebook to fill up their block a little bit, but that connector is like more unstable than the other ones. So even if they have 3, we're still moving 3 times faster than compound interest. Because if you bring on 2 people, right, you're already doubling the numbers. If you bring on 3 people, then you're bringing on 2 more for every 1 person, and we're saying 6 to 9. So there's a lot of room there for error, and we're still beating exponential trends. So it's kind of incredible that we have a lot of room for error. We can still do something impossible that other people can't do, which is reach global critical mass, and like even in 2 months is incredible, right? We're talking we can do this effortlessly by talking to 1 person every 3 days that we already know about the core message, which is 1 sentence, and we can reach global critical mass in 28 days. Nobody gets burnt out. So I think that's why this is the only real reason. I was using social media just to beta test and get random users so that people that we know would start to believe in the software. And it worked. The people before that were critical of me and saying, well, your ideas are all over the place, and all my ideas are converging into the software, like 252, like I said. And it doesn't look like 252 because I built it with essence, right? It's like Steve Jobs' iPhone. You have 1 button. That 1 button does everything very, very smoothly. You don't need BlackBerry's 30,000 buttons or Microsoft's like cluttered screens. That's what it looks like. And it actually has a simple mode and an advanced mode. So once you get familiar with the simple, then you can switch to the real deal. And then it's like, I think it's a world-class technology that nobody has ever seen before. But it's overwhelming if you don't know the first layer of base features. So you got to get familiar with it. And then once they get into their prefrontal cortex, that and in their working memory, and it becomes heuristic, that's when they get into the full deal. And that's where they start seeing the real power. But really, the marketing comes down to 5 types of consciousness, and then getting your block started, and then doing the trades so that they feel fulfilled, and then they'll feel confident bringing their friends on. So that's what we have going on right now. And the guy in Kenya, Sahan, that's actually doing this right now for us. I think we're going to drop the price by 50% again. So we were paying people $2 per hour, the people that don't want to do the gift exchange. We could probably do it for $1 an hour, but run it for 3 hours. And we could pay the $1 and do the gift exchange. So that's one way we can actually balance it. And then if the gift exchange works really, really well, then by the next, not this next meal, which will be like the $1 plus the gifting. So it's kind of like a balance that if the gifting doesn't work out, we got some kind of buffer, right? But the meal after, we might be able to get rid of the pay entirely and then just do the gifting. Because the return, like think about it this way, right, Thomas? Would you rather, let's say you have, who's your favorite artist, like your favorite concert goer? Like what concert would you love to go to?
A concert, yeah. Have you never been to a concert?
Yes, the band Coldplay.
You go to Coldplay? Oh. Wow.
I love Coldplay. Okay, so if I said to you, hey, we're going to pay you $2 an hour, Thomas, well, technically Germany, we'd have to pay you purchase power, so like, whatever it is in Germany, like, what, 15, 20 bucks an hour for low skill labor, right? So we'd say, well, you can take the 15, 20 bucks for like 2 hours, which is like $50. Or you can get this $500 pair of tickets for you and your wife, or you and your partner, you and your best friend. And we'll get those tickets because we'll know somebody who knows somebody from Brian Rose's network. Like somebody in Brian Rose's network knows Coldplay. And we'll say, hey, can we get your tickets? We're doing this really awesome, like, change the world thing, fair world governments and solving all the problems. And he'll probably say, that sounds amazing. Yeah, actually, we want you to be there. And they'll give us those tickets. and we'll give them to you and say, do you want these tickets or do you want to pay? And you'll probably be like, I love Coldplay. You know, I gain like a 6 times higher return on my enjoyment on those tickets. And if you don't, you could just sell them. You could resell those tickets. You could sell them to somebody for $600, right? And make some money. So I think as we get these in-kind goods given to us, and we start recalibrating the proportionalities, I think people will be like, wow, your gifts are actually way better than the pay. And even when it comes to basic needs, right, like tutors or food or veganism or whatever, we have the best in the world. So that's what we're trying to get going, is that's all just human beings trusting each other. How do you get the Coldplay tickets? Trust each other. How do you get the organic vegan vegetables? You know the organic farmers, and you trust each other. How do you get the best ethical clothing? You go to the textile factories and make it fair trade certified, and then you have the best textile companies that are the most ethical on your body because you trust each other. All that kind of stuff is going to bridge charity with justice. And as long as you do that matching properly with those warm connections, that's where I feel like it's actually probably the only realistic model. I think social media is actually a dead spirit and a distraction. I think we got to do it the way Jesus did it and Buddha did it, the old-fashioned way, which is good old-fashioned word of mouth. It's just that now we have fancy phones that can do it across the world, right? Which is why we're going to kick Gandhi's butt. And anybody who's ever built a social movement, we're going to outpace them by exponential rates because we can communicate anywhere in the world. Even people in Africa have smartphones now. It's like, Thomas, I'm talking to them right now. They don't have food, but they have smartphones. And if we partner with Elon or somebody that has some kind of global reliable internet, we can set up little hubs in these God government posts. And one of the first offices might be in the Catholic Church, because the guy here that we're working for is going to meet his priest next week and ask him if we can do an experiment in one of the rooms, if we can get one of those rooms made into a God's government office, and see if we can just rent it out or even be given it for free, to see if we can, start having a physical presence. And we'll pay him to do full-time work, which, these guys believe in me because of the hunger strikes, right? They've seen me day after day not eating. So it's inspiring. It's like I'm the only white guy that's hungrier than they are, right? So the hunger strikes work to build trust. So he is willing to work for a really low amount of money, and he set up his life in such a way that he can do that with his wife, and it's a perfect setup. So for a very small amount of money, we can get a full-time, partner running a physical office and checking emails and starting to use the software like continuously with me. So we'll have somebody there 24/7, and that will start to build the network and the trust and what we call universal tools in the spirit guide, and get get a feeling of what the real government is supposed to be like. And then we'll train up another person and another person, and then I think we'll have a growth proportionality of trained staff to new people where it'll stay in flow. And because every person is only technically training 6 people, and you can have wisdom teams that will do more in your other time, which will probably be like the 4-hour work week or whatever it is. I think that, or 4-hour work day for 4 days. I think that will be the perfect balance. That people be like, yeah, I want to work on that. I want to work with you guys. I don't want to work these 80-hour work weeks, this toxic culture where nobody listens to me, and all this garbage, right? Like 85% of people go to work in a meaningless state. They don't want to go because it's dehumanizing. Like you know all the same stats I do. That's a huge loss of potential, right? That we're gonna get if we put those 85% of people into flow state. They get that jacked up 700% productivity without burnout. It's maintainable. We're gonna kick people, like we're gonna be so competitive, the corporations won't be able to keep up with us. So we're in the beta testing stages in the advanced now. Now we're getting 300 people, and then after this it's going to be 600 people, and then we're going to get past 1,000, and then people are going to start to believe. And like we just raised technically for Brian Rose. I'll let you talk here in a second. For Brian Rose, like our group of people, a little small group of people, we raised like $260,000 in like technically 1 or 2 days. It's not hard to raise money. It's hard to raise belief in the process. And the only thing that's keeping my friends from my process, from understanding me and wanting to support, is that it's not popular enough. But we're breaking that now because now we're at 300 people, which they never thought was going to happen. And now if we beta test it and we get even better, and we get 600 next time for an even smaller price. Like the price has been dropping every meeting, but the satisfaction has been staying the same because they're getting the same service, right? Then I think that, or they're getting a better service. That's where people are going to start to say, "Wow, he's got 1,000 people now staying." Right? If we have a churn rate of 20%, we still have 800 people out of 1,000. That's pretty amazing. Then those 800 bring on their 6 people. Or even if it's just 2 people, we're still doubling our numbers every meal. And what we're finding is happening is that there are people who really love the process and they'll bring on their friend and then they'll really like it and then they'll help their friend bring on their friend and they'll bring on another person too. So they'll start doubling their numbers by helping themselves bring on another person, but the other person bring on another person as well. So that's what we're finding is happening. And that's technically 4 times the rate of compound interest. Just that. So it becomes very easy to create a global critical mass within the time spans we have left, which is looking like 2 or 3 months. And we're going to run an election. We actually have an election plan too. So we will be not just building the government, we'll be ratifying it. We'll be legitimizing it. And that vote happens at the end of July or August. So at the end of this month or next month is when we're going to have the real election where these real messiahs, these real spirits will come and they'll compete over wisdom. We found a way to measure wisdom. So that's the meritocracy. So no longer do the beautiful, the social, the wealthy, the sexy, the cultured, or the IQ, no longer do they run government in powerful positions. Because having power doesn't mean you have wisdom. So we figured that out. So when they come to compete in the election, they're not competing on dualistic politics anymore. They're not competing on partisan politics anymore. They're competing for wisdom. And wisdom is a principledness that works in all contexts. Timeless truths. And that's what we need. God's government is full of people with that kind of eternal wisdom. And we got it, man. We got it. We solved the problem. Okay. So I really think that Brian Rose is worth the 10,000. If I can get you a refund to say, hey, it's not working out for you or him, then we say, okay, on the contract, we give like what, maybe $100 per phone call or whatever you think is fair, and then we'll pay for those phone calls. But within 2 months, we'll know if it's working or not because we're moving so fast. And then we'll just say, okay, $2,000, it was worth the learning experience, or even $1,500, or whatever you think is fair, and then you can take the rest of your money and still keep moving forward. Does that sound fair? Would you be able to do that? It's basically he either gives us a place on his website, like on the show, or he gives us a refund. It's basically what it is. So you either get a guarantee to go in the show, or you get a refund of like 80% back or something like that. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen.
Yeah, it should be everything except for the efforts yet. Applying in our rate.
Yeah, like if most consultants. Yeah.
It's the marketing effect that's most relevant. How do I spend my marketing dollars for euros best?
I think that. Well, I think that if you don't have those warm leads, like Brian has warm contacts, like the 1,000 people that he interviewed, he keeps up with, so he has warm, awesome contacts, and he's lost a couple, because of the election, but. You want to go for warm because the cold contacts are too brittle. Like eventually we will cross that boundary with the gifting, and the algorithm will be so good it doesn't matter who comes into the system. But right now, there's so much fragmentation in the global culture that it's more stable to warm.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
It's coming to an end.
Okay, so do you want to do it? Do you want to process it? Like I want to give him something here in the next 24 hours to 48 hours, because he's. Oh. Yeah, so just let me know, Thomas, what if you have any other concerns, or how would you draft like the one-page contract for this? Brian's willing to do pretty incredible things. He says he really likes us, so let me know what you want to see. If you like, how would you structure the guarantee on the show or the refund, and how much do you think an hour of his time should be worth? You know, look, most people with his skills on Wall Street charge $400 an hour for consulting, right? So I think if he charges us, half that, 100 to 200, I think that's pretty fair. Like, junior lawyers make, $180 an hour. Like masseuses that do back massages get paid somewhere between 90 and $140 an hour, right? So, what do you think? Yes, I think we got him. I think we got him.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, doing all this work. Oh boy, I really should be taking a nap now. But look at this, we just got the guy back on board for 10 grand. You know? Strike while the iron's hot. Ooh.
I've been trying to get the synopsis of my life yesterday. It was online, so yeah, that was for part two. Well, yeah, showed up, but something Chris, if you have online, while they were online, they told me they're on TikTok and AI, but I'm trying to listen to them. I'm talking about it all day. Something they showed up as well. And then you think to find some nuggets in them. And he, he's 3 more times, yes, I did it. Trying to find the word, insert him, camera, all over TikTok as well.
Wow, that's pretty intense. I don't think of that. Ah, jeez. Okay, let's download this here. Alright. Like all these apps are a gigabyte now. Like to download these apps is a whole gigabyte. Used to download a whole library for a gigabyte. Anyway. Okay. All right. Let's do a new chat. I'm still hungry, but I feel like I have to strike while the iron is hot. That's exactly what I'm doing. If he agrees to this right now, I can go back to Joe today and say, hey, look, we've got confirmation on one guy. I'm waiting on the others. I'm waiting on Johnny. So if if Thomas and Johnny say yes, that's good enough to get started. That's good enough to get started seriously. Okay. I need to listen to some like epic music or something. Okay, let's try. Oh man. I think my friends are gonna believe in me here soon. Believe in the idea.
I seriously was reaching my wits end trying to find new customers until I came across Realize and what they are isn't. Carlos is Carlos is comparing his book to Michelle Obama's Some Author Black Boy Joy. Boy got the name right. You know, Carlos, Diller, your book got burnt. 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 Because you're a gay man. Because you are a danger to children. In utero. Your book got burnt. Your book got burnt. Your book got burnt.
Okay, interesting. I think that this is small fries for you. I think you have bigger fish to fry, don't you? Um, yeah, well, the reason why they think your daughter's an illusion is because nobody ever sees her, right? So, I mean, you can solve that in 10 seconds by saying, hey, honey, put a cover over your face and just walk into the room and like, ta-da! Like, here she is. Not hard. Or even just put her hand into the frame. Say, wave. Hello, there's a second person here.
And you know, with my grandmother was heavily, and same with my sister, heavily schizophrenic. Like heavily delusions every single day. If they didn't take lithium, they were seeing the devil in the corner of the room, smiling at them all day long. And when you look at their face, they believe it. They are definitely terrified and believing there's a devil in their room trying to kill them and take their soul. I saw it with my own eyes, and it's really terrifying because when people are releasing fear, they secrete like hormones, pheromones, a whole bunch of these invisible chemicals, and you pick them up, and you start getting the heebie-jeebies too, right? That's how that works. So, been there, done that. So all you have to do is send a picture or put her in the frame and do it in a way where they can't identify her, and everybody's happy. And you might think to yourself, I don't have to prove anything to them. And the reality is you do, because that's how reason works in justifications and science and wisdom. Otherwise, it's oppression, superstition, and authoritarianism, which you don't like, right? So it is not wrong to expect people to it's called cooperative debate, or not it's called cooperative argumentation, which is different from quarreling or fighting. You don't want to quarrel or fight. You want to use skill, find the stasis of an argument, and find the hidden variables together that's causing the disconnect, the fragmentation, and the misunderstanding, ultimately. And I think you have the skill to do that. So if somebody says, where's your daughter? I think she's a delusion. You should very quickly say, well, here's a post. I'll do this once, but I'm not going to do this 50,000 times and waste my time on this. Here it is, just like Barack Obama. Here's his passport proving who he is. And then it's done. It's over. And they might pick another thing or whatever, but it's done. So that's what I would do. And then it shows you're rational too on top of it. So otherwise, these people just don't give up, right? Because then they use your silence to say and get into an ego battle, and then it's more drama, and then on and on. Truth will set you free. Just do it, and then move towards the light. Okay. Otherwise, I've been in the LGBTQ community. In Make Poverty History, we were very open, so we had a couple of transitioning individuals, and we had lots of it. And I actually met the club leader, and you know, there's a lot of energy, you could say, in the community, and if you're not careful, you'll get caught up in it. And you're too important right now to get caught up in that frivolous stuff. You need to be working on the actual paradigm shift to change. And there's some big things in the motion. So Brian Rose might help us. So if you know anybody that has 10 grand, they can come and join us. I can vouch for some of your ideas in a certain way. If you ever write them down a little bit more, I think you were supposed to send me them. I don't know if you did you? Or did I miss them? If I missed them, send them again, because a lot has been happening here today, just like you. I'm a little bit sleep deprived, and I'm getting into these micro sleeps where I'm falling asleep without remembering. And I found out too that they did swell my brain. They didn't give me thiamine before they pumped my body full of all this dextrose and sugar, and my vision was double. And I was like, why can't I see straight? And it turns out because my brain was swollen. They had drained my brain of all the thiamine that I had left, and it was swelling and pushing against my skull and causing my vision to double. It's a typical Wernicke's encephalopathy. I think that's what it's called. So I'm going to be calling the hospital, writing lawsuits. I think another one, my fourth one, to the hospital. And it just, you should hear what it said about what happened to me. In fact, I'll send you like the last third of it if you want to read it. But yeah, I was really when it actually told me what happened, it was like, yeah, that's a classic sign, and I was right. What I was suspecting, I was right. Uh, but it's all in the medical records too. Like I reported double vision, and yeah. Okay, so anyway, I think we should move in that direction. And one of my friends might be putting 10 grand down, another one might be putting 10 grand down to get access to this guy who's trying to rejuvenate his channels to start God's government, basically. And there's going to be a jubilee along with that, as you know. So, okay, I have to work on it right now, and then I'm going to probably take a nap. We have a big meeting tomorrow to see who's all going to come and test our software, so I need to get the software up and running, even better than it is right now. So, okay, peace.
I'm gonna try and make a stop. Hopefully soggy. And then hopefully show out that's up to you. And then you can take it twice tonight as you can. And the call for at least 3 more times.
Well, this woman might actually be delusional, but I doubt it. I knew somebody who dreamed that they had children and they actually didn't. And one of those people just so happens to be my sister. I've seen it. I know what it looks like. That's maybe why I value reason so much in groundedness, is I see how crazy it can get. Uh, but it doesn't mean they're a bad person. It means they're lost in their mind and they should be humanized and loved and spoken to as if they were rational. Not necessarily allowing everything to happen, but it means allowing the mind to engage as a rational human being. It's very, you know, and dignified.
in the SBL Bible. We're going to start Isaiah 44, verse 28. Who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, he shall carry out my purpose. Who says of Jerusalem, it shall be rebuilt, and of the temple, your foundation should be laid. And they're going to pop over right below it. 45 verse 1, thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue nations before him, and to strip kings of their robes, to open doors before him, and the gates shall not be closed. So this is referring to Isaiah. Isaiah is referring to Cyrus of Persia. His name is Yahweh, shepherd and anointed, even as a pagan king. So it's around 150 years before Cyrus lived. This is the primary evidence for an exilic authorship date. So the timing doesn't quite match up here. But we do have this idea. So we're talking about Cyrus, but it's about 150 years before he lived. So they try to reconcile this problem, the timing problem. So the conservative response, these are conservative scholarships. It's predicted prophecy. It's possible 1 Kings 13:2 dates Josiah about 300 years in advance. And so I say, well, maybe he's just predicting that he's going to reach out to King Cyrus. But most critical scholarship says there's no other text dates for ruler centuries ahead. The text addresses exiles at the present audience. So this is a notation from the scholars that this is a split. This is someone who was writing during the period of exile while Cyrus was alive. This is not the opening Isaiah, a different person, because it could not span this large time frame. So let's talk about one of my favorite mistranslations. And by favorite, I just mean this was something that blew my mind when I learned it as I was deconstructing, and it changes so much of what we learned growing up in the church. We're going to go to Isaiah 7:14. This is on page 960. You have heard this verse. You have heard it so many times. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall call him Emmanuel. So the Hebrew word here, Alma, means young woman of marriageable age. It does not mean virgin. That's not what it means. It simply means young woman. So where does this change? Because you have probably read this verse as, therefore the virgin will be with child and shall bear a son, and you shall call his name Emmanuel. That's not what the original text says. Again, the Hebrew word Alma just means young woman. When the Hebrew Bible was translated in the Septuagint to Greek, it translated Alma to Parthenos, which means virgin. Matthew 1:23 relies on the Septuagint, not the Hebrew, which is why in Matthew says virgin, right? Because we don't see the virgin birth in all of the Gospels. It only exists in Matthew and Luke, and only Matthew covers the response of Herod in killing the children. We don't have any extra biblical source of that ever happening. But it's not virgin in the Hebrew, but because Matthew was writing from the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, he wrote it that way. It actually just means young woman. Every major modern translation notes the discrepancy. So the English translations that are coming subversive. Isaiah 11, verse 6 says, "The wolf shall live with the lamb, the leopard shall lie down with the kid of the goat. The calf and the lion will feed together, and the little child shall feed them." The phrase "the lion and the lamb" doesn't appear anywhere in the Bible. That's taking Isaiah 11:6 and merging it with Revelation 5:5-6. One of the most common biblical misquotes in the Bible. I'm just going to read Revelation 5:5-6 for you, so you don't have to flip over there. "Then one of the elders said to me, 'Do not weep. See, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has conquered so that he can open the scroll and the 7 seals.' And I saw between the throne and the 4 living creatures and among the elders a lamb standing as if it had been slaughtered, with 7 horns and 7 eyes." So typically, the merging, the phrase "the lion and the lamb" is a merging of 2 verses that actually neither of which say that thing. And then we got the servant songs. Also another really, really interesting thing that we've heard at church, that we've heard in part of our lore, if you will. So the servant songs are in Isaiah 42, 49, 50, 52 through 53. And it's describing and giving this lore and this information and almost this prophecy around the servant. But who is the servant? So there's 4 competing identities that happen throughout. Again, we have multiple authors, multiple time frames. So the servant is Israel collectively in some passages. In the Isaiah himself, so the actual prophet that took over that 3rd script, that 3rd point, he's talking about himself. And then also prophecies of an idealized future leader. Or in the Christian reading, it's interpreted as Jesus. Let's go to Isaiah 53, 1 through 3. This is on page 1012. This is the most quoted Old Testament chapter in the New Testament. And again, you've heard all these He was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity, and one from whom others hide their faces. He was despised, and beheld of him no account. This is not extrapolated that way, but the authors of Isaiah themselves are talking about the collection of Israel as a whole. And then let's go to Isaiah 8, verse 3, John the Baptist. Some of these I just wrote out for the sake of time because I really want to make sure we have a long Q&A time. This is the verse, "A voice of one calling in the desert, preparing a way to the Lord." All 4 Gospels apply this to John the Baptist in Mark 1:3, Matthew 3:3, Luke 3:4, and John 1:23. And the reason I wrote those in those specific order, I wrote them in order of origin. Mark is the oldest Gospel, so I wrote them that way. In the original context of this verse, it's the literal return road through the desert for the Babylonian exiles to come home. The voice of one calling in the desert, preparing the way for the Lord. This is the actual exiles of Babylon coming home. The way is the road for God to march home with the exiles. It is not a herald announcing a Messiah. For the most part, in the Old Testament, now while we do have prophetic books, many of them are talking about prophecies of the exile, prophecies of Israel's punishment, but they are very the nation state of Israel centric. They are not built universally. When universal language gets introduced, we will actually notice that. We'll talk about that with some of the minor prophets. And then we have another little contradiction here. Isaiah 1:11-17. This passage says that God is going to reject all sacrifices outright. It says, "Stop bringing me meaningless offerings." But then Isaiah 56:7 promises the temple will be a house of prayer for all nations, where foreigners' burnt offerings will be accepted. This is 2 completely different theological communities, separated by decades and by exile. So this is 2 different authors from 2 different eras that was merged together by whoever the editor was, most likely a priestly source or a Levite, put this together. But there's this contradiction because it's 2 different authors in 2 different periods of Israel's history. Isaiah 45:7 says, "I form the light and create the darkness. I bring prosperity and create disaster. I, the Lord, do these things." This is a really, really incredible kind of statement. And remember, if you remember from our They worshiped different gods. There was a god assigned per region. Yahweh was just one of the council of the gods. But here we see in Isaiah and Jeremiah, because we're after King Josiah, they've now changed into a monotheistic religion. Josiah consolidated all religion to Jerusalem because it made him more money and it brought tourism to Jerusalem, which was where his throne seated. But this statement is so incredible because this is Yahweh talking. Yahweh claims credit for evil, which is, again, the text from our modern era and our modern beliefs about who God is, and try to understand what would the listener, when this was written, have believed. And in many, we can see this across different pantheons of gods. People believed that gods could create evil and disaster, and they didn't see that as a contradiction because the gods were all powerful and it wasn't up to humans to determine what those gods did or did not do or to legislate morality on those gods. So the King James Version translates Hebrew Ra as evil. Now, in most modern versions, we see this kind of softened to disaster or calamity, but the Hebrew is being very specific that Yahweh is claiming responsibility for evil. It's almost this claim of like, I bring good and evil. I am above all of you. My morality is without question. You cannot question me. But even Yahweh himself is calling this evil. Isaiah and the Dead Sea Scrolls community, the Qumran community, read Isaiah 40 verse 3, prepare the way in the wilderness, and the mandate for their own desert community. Their teacher of righteousness applied the Deutero-Isaiah to their sectarian present. And the reason I included this was because this was a little bit a later community, right? The Qumran is where we get a lot of our scrolls from. And this is something that we all do. This is something that we all participate in to some degree as religion changes. We reach back into these ancient texts and we take them and we apply them to our present. Now, that's not all bad. The best example I can give of this is when you hear a classic song, right? I'm trying to think of something. You know, you hear something that's decades before you were even born. Maybe it's a love song. Love songs are great for this. It wasn't written about you. It wasn't written to you. Or you hear a sad song. It wasn't written for you, but it hits you. You feel it. It resonates with you. It becomes a messenger of your present. I think of that with Linkin Park. I'm a huge Linkin Park fan. But those songs weren't written for me. It wasn't written for my story, but I could still glean so much from it. So as you see some of this taken, you see that Isaiah was writing for the nation state of Israel. It doesn't mean that we can't take beautiful things from it. It also means we have to be honest about it not being written for us and being honest about taking things, extrapolating them to our moment in history, and making them prophetic when the prophet or the writer never meant that to be. Jeremiah. Here we go. Jeremiah, the Hebrew Yahweh. Etymology is disputed. Possible Yahweh exalts, Yahweh hurls. This is 52 chapters, but it is the longest prophetic book by word account. So it has more words than Isaiah, but not as many chapters. So who wrote it? Jeremiah ben Hilkiah, son of Anathoth, a priestly town near Jerusalem. So here's one of the books that we really truly have a clear indicator of the authorship. Many of these books we don't. He was active from about 628 to 586 BCE. His scribe Baruch ben Neriah wrote the dictations, read them publicly at the temple. Scholars identify that Jeremiah's school, Jeremiah's poetry, Baruch's biographical narratives, and later Deuteronomistic prose editors. So there are editors that come in later. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. So we do see, again, these books, all of these books in the Old Testament built over time. Many of them started as oral histories. Many of them would have been dictated. And later, as more manuscripts are found or doctrine changes, theology changes, this history and these other writers come in. And maybe if they don't write as much of it, they edit quite a lot of it. So when this is during Josiah, around 628 BCE, through the fall of Jerusalem in 586, and into exile. The book was continued to be edited through the exilic period. And that is Egyptian exile is also a typo. I'll fix that. Historical context, the final decades of Judah. So just Josiah's death at Megiddo in 609 BCE, Jehoiakim burns Jeremiah's scrolls, Nebuchadnezzar's first siege, and then the deportation of Jehoiakim, destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, and this is the flight to Egypt. So some people fled to Egypt to avoid exile, and then the rest would be taken captive and then, deported, if you will, to Babylon. Also, I'm seeing some notes on the rapture. We do have a rapture lesson on Patreon, and to Jay's point, Dan McClellan has a great episode about the rapture on Data Over Dogma. The composition layers of Jeremiah. So there's beautiful Jeremiah poetry. That word is just not friendly to me today. Then there's Baruch's biographical narratives, and then again those prose sermons and the book of Consolation. So there are two different versions of Jeremiah that exist. The Masoretic text, the longer Hebrew version. This is what's in all Protestant and Catholic Bibles. That's what we have here. And then there's the Septuagint, which is about an eighth shorter. Oracles Against Nations appear after chapter 25, verse 13 in a different order. So we don't have a really clear indication of why those are switched, but there are two different versions of Jeremiah that do exist. The Dead Sea Scrolls confirm that both of these versions existed at the same time. And when you see this crazy symbol, this 4Q JRA, that just lets you know which scroll of the Dead Sea Scrolls that's being pulled from. That's all that means. Neither of these versions is original. And so we know that they existed at the same time, but we don't know what the original text actually was. So as we go through Jeremiah, we have the Confessions of Jeremiah, Jeremiah 11 through 20. These are first-person laments. It's a really unique form of authorship from ancient period. We're going to go to Jeremiah 20, verse 7. This is on page 1063. I'm going to give you just a second. Here we go. O Lord, you have enticed me, and I was enticed. You have overpowered me, and you have prevailed. I have become a laughing stock all day long. Everyone mocks me. This is another interesting question. What do we believe God is? What did they believe God is? What could God do in those spaces? So again, O Lord, you have deceived me. The Hebrew verb here is patah, which means seduce or entice. This is literal seduction, and not the kind of seduction of like a pretty girl at the bar like makes eyes at you. It's the kind of seduction that we would more equate modern times to like a succubus, where it is so overwhelming and so overpowering that it literally overcomes your free will. So here we now have that God is engaging in this seduction, in this enticement that is overcoming, because Isaiah says in verse 7, after the first two phrases, it says, you have overpowered me. It's this interesting thing if we have to step back and say, not what I believe about God, not what I believe about Scripture or who God is, what would they have believed? Would this have sat comfortably with their theology, not mine? And again, here we have another contradiction in Jeremiah. In Jeremiah 7, verse 22, it says, when I brought your ancestors out of Egypt, I did not speak to them or give them commands about burnt offerings or sacrifices. We have the entirety of Exodus and Leviticus that says you did exactly that. There's enormous space devoted to that type of command. So we don't know if Jeremiah was disregarding or did not believe in the Hebrew Bible, or what this was referencing, but it directly contradicts the entirety of Exodus and Leviticus and their role in the theology development. And then let's talk about the new covenant. So Jeremiah 31 through 34 says, the days are coming when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. This is quoted verbatim in Hebrews 8 through 12, and 10, 16 through 17, considering it as fulfilled by Christ. However, in Jeremiah's context, this is a promise again about the post-exile restoration of historical Israel. This is not a prediction about Christianity. They are dealing with their moment, their era, the salvation of their people, the brutalness of exile, whether they fled to Egypt or they were taken by Babylon. They are in this wrestling with who God is, in this space of aloneness, in this space of abandonment, in these questions of sin and punishment. They were not talking about as fulfilled by Christ. We don't know who wrote Hebrews, but Hebrews is reaching back and doing what I just talked about. We all have kind of done, where we take something that resonates us, we pull it out, and we make it apply to our time. And as we go through all of these books today, you're going to see this happen over and over, where someone reaches back, pulls it forward, and says, this applies to me right now. 70 years. Jeremiah 25:11 through 12 and 29:10. Jeremiah predicts Babylonian rule for 70 years. The actual exile lasted about 48 to 50 years. Later texts would reinterpret this. They would read the 7 years are the Sabbath rest for the land. Daniel 9:2, 17 weeks of years, which is 490 years, applying it to the Maccabean crisis. If you're not familiar with 1st and 2nd Maccabees, those are part of the Apocrypha. So if you didn't grow up using the Catholic Bible, you maybe have never read those. but those are part of the Apocrypha. Those were very serious scripture for early Christian authors. They were considered part of when the Protestant Bible was developed. Separate from the Catholic Bible. And if you get the SBL Study Bible, it does include the Apocrypha, and you can read those books. This prophecy requires, again, creative interpretation. People are trying to make this work. The numbers don't work. Jeremiah is wrong. He predicts 70 years. It doesn't happen that way. It's 40 to 50 years. So these other authors, and again, Second Chronicles in the Bible makes it feel like it happened so much earlier than Jeremiah. It doesn't. Second Chronicles is trying to establish what those 70 years could mean. Daniel's trying to establish what those mean, because all of these authors are dealing with the history of Israel, why they were exiled, the sin that led to their exile, and their redemption. So everything that they do here to reinterpret it takes a lot of creativity. And then Jeremiah 29:11. This is the most misused verse in evangelical culture, and you already know, I don't even need to write this, but for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Now, this is frequently quoted as a personal promise of individual prosperity. But in context, again, it is addressed to the Babylonian exiles told to wait 70 years. It is a communal promise to a displaced people under imperial domination. It is not a career blessing for individuals. Now, that doesn't mean, again, think about how we hear music that wasn't written for us, that wasn't written in our era, but we can hear it and it can resonate with us. This verse can absolutely do that. It can absolutely still resonate with us. But we have to understand, from a scholarship and theological perspective, that's not what it represents. It wasn't written to and for us. It was written to the Babylonian exiles, sitting in loneliness, sitting in fear, sitting under domination. Their redemption would eventually come. But we can still take some of that and say, and apply it in the sense of that feeling of redemption can come for me. Even in moments when I feel completely crushed, even in moments when I feel abandoned, I can have hope that this will not last forever. It's a really beautiful balance of the same way that we read a book, we read literature, we read poetry. It can be a totally different era, not written for us. We can still glean from it, but be honest about what it is. And here we get to do that with the Bible. Lamentations. This is actually one of my favorite books of the Bible because it is so beautifully honest and it gives such a beautiful insight into what it means to be human and to wrestle when things are not sunshine and they are not good and things are not going my way. Lamentations, Hebrew ekah, means how. How did you do this? How did this happen? Why is this way? It is the first word of chapter 1, 2, and 4. Threne, Lamentations. It's 5 poems mourning the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem. Again, all of these topics are building around this cultural history. And it is structured as acrostic poetry. I gave a cute little example of acrostic poetry with our little cats, cuddly, acrobatic, tenacious, softly purring. It's that type of poetry where something is spelled, where the first letter of each line is specifically chosen. It's a formal discipline widely understood as a way of imposing structure on this overwhelming grief. So this is used in poetry and other generations as well. But what the author of Lamentations is doing is he's taking this grief and he's not necessarily turning it into a hymn, but he is giving it structure by using this acrostic poetry. Traditionally, this is attributed to Jeremiah based on 2 Chronicles 35:25 and the Septuagint Vulgate superscription, widely accepted in church tradition. Probably not. Lamentations 4:17 expresses hope in Egyptian military aid, which is something that Jeremiah opposed. So unless Jeremiah is contradicting himself, this is not the same author. Lamentations 2:9 laments the absence of prophets, while Jeremiah is actively prophesying. The Hebrew text has no superscription naming Jeremiah. The book is written anonymously, as most of the books in the Bible are. It's actually pretty rare that we have a clear indicator, especially in the Old Testament, of who authorship belongs to. The date is very soon after 586 BCE, so this is right after the fall, right into the beginning of exile. It is raw. It is happening now, and it suggests someone who's witnessing it in real time, someone who's experiencing this pain collectively in real time. Okay, more questions about who God is. And again, I love some of the imagery in the book because it's so honest. And growing up in evangelical culture where it's, well, you need to be thankful all the time, you need to be joyful, and you have to talk to God like this. I love the way that this author just puts it on the table. You know, and I've always had this belief that if God is all powerful, God knows what we're thinking anyway. So why not say the truth? Lamentations 2:5-6 says, "The Lord is like an enemy. He has swallowed up Israel. He has swallowed up all of her palaces. The Lord has laid waste his dwelling like a garden." The same God who destroyed the temple is being petitioned to restore it. Again, it's this contradiction of, how could you do this? Help us. How could you do this? Help us. And this is such a theologically raw statement about God in the Old Testament, to the point where some people have considered it irreverent. But it's so truthful. And the book here, there is no happy ending to Lamentations. It doesn't resolve the grief. This person would have passed away before they were ever able to go home. Lamentations 5:22 ends with, "Unless you have utterly rejected us and are angry with us beyond measure." So unlike laments in the Psalms that they kind of trust with, they close with trust or resolution, Lamentation ends with that unanswered question. That really uncomfortable thing that I hate in movies when they leave things hanging. I hate it. It's not resolved. But also, there's really some issues here with some of the symbolism that, again, we have to wrestle with. If you took the lessons I taught on the making of biblical womanhood, we wrestle with this, how the Bible treats women and wrestling with how horrific it is, and being honest about what it is and looking at it and saying, is there a better way forward? Did God write this or did man? How do we address these horrible depictions of women and move forward without it? So Jerusalem, in this passage that we're going to get into, is depicted as a woman who has been raped, widowed, and abandoned. We're going to go to Lamentations 1. This is on page 1113. And we're going to start in verses 1-2, then we'll jump to 8 and 9, and then 17. "How lonely sits the city that was full of people. How like a widow she has become, she that was great among the nations. She that was a princess among the provinces has become subject to forced labor. She weeps bitterly in the night, with tears on her cheeks among all her lovers. She has no one to comfort her. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her. They have become her enemies." And then jump down to verse 8. "Jerusalem sinned grievously, so she has become a filthy thing. All who honor her despise her, for they have seen her nakedness. She herself groans and turned her face away. Her uncleanliness was in her skirts. She took no thought of her future. Her downfall was appalling, with none to comfort her. Look, O Lord, at my affliction, for my enemy has triumphed." And then go to verse 17. "Zion stretches out her hands, but there is no one to comfort her. The Lord has commanded against Jacob that his neighbors should become his foes. Jerusalem has become a filthy thing among them." Now, in scriptural language, when it brings up nakedness in her skirts, this is depicting rape. This is depicting sexual assault. And so Jerusalem is being personified as a woman who has been ravaged and widowed and abandoned. And it's very, very problematic analogies, because God is depicted as doing this. And it gives so much insight into the authors and the culture of the time, their view of women. Remember that in the law, in the Pentateuch, when a woman was raped or adultery was committed, it wasn't a sin against the woman. It wasn't the sex that was the sin. It was the violation of another man's property that was the sin. This is absolutely being depicted here as well. And then feminist scholars, I listed their names in case you'd like to read some of their work, note that the text simultaneously evokes sympathy for her, right? She's hurting, she's wounded, no one's comforting her, but also blames her for this assault. And we have this theological problem that never gets resolved. And we hear this language today where leaders of the church, I could think of a recent interview where this happened, they say, oh, well, we don't want that to happen. But if you don't take protection of a good man, then you ask for it. Oh, well, what were you wearing? We speak this type of language woven into our culture. And Lamentations has a lot of mention of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy's framework explains the exile as just punishment for disobedience. Deuteronomy is all about punishment for disobedience. But Lamentations presents devastation fully from the victim's perspective, without Deuteronomy's neat cause and effect resolution. So when we read both these books together, we create this unresolved theological dialogue about suffering, injustice, and divine action. Lamentations doesn't tie up a bow. Well, you did this wrong, so you deserve this. Lamentations is really the crying out from the victim that maybe didn't perpetuate any of this sin. And that is the wrestling that we end up with this. And Jay, that's why, again, if an unmarried, unengaged woman was raped, the rapist could pay her dad and buy her. Why? Because that rape wasn't a sin against the woman, it It was a property crime against her father. Ezekiel, God strengthens. Within the book of Ezekiel, we get a lot of our apocalypse imagery. It contains judgment oracles, oracles against nations, restoration, including the Valley of Dry Bones that we'll talk about here in a minute, and detailed temple blueprints. This is how, the temple is to be rebuilt. Who wrote it? Ezekiel ben Butzi, Zadokite priest, deported to Babylon with Jehoiakim in 597 BCE, one of the most precisely datable prophetic books. So this is one that we have a lot of information, more so than we do in other prophetic books. Oracles are dated by day, month, and year of exile. The earliest starts in 593 BCE. The latest is 571 BCE. So the active span of 22 years. This is really unique because we don't see all these different authors. There's very likely some editing that happens later, but we don't see multiple voices over the span of a lifetime. The historical context, again, Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar II. Ezekiel ministers to exiles at Tel Aviv beside the Chamber Canal. He receives news of Jerusalem's fall and shifts from judgment oracles to restoration visions. What is so unique here is that it's the only prophet who is also explicitly a priest. So this is not Joe Schmo, I got called in the garden, I'm coming out. This is specifically a priest who has been called to prophesy. This is also written entirely in first person, contains the most detailed temple architectural specifications in the Bible, but it's blueprints for a temple that would never be built to those dimensions. This temple never got to exist, but it is given here. And also, we need to talk a little bit about the Ishtar Gate because it's really important. Ezekiel's Babylonian imagery. So Ezekiel describes cherubim, cosmic throne, these great creatures, very kind of post-apocalyptic imagery. But he is using the iconographic world of Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon. So the lion, the bull, the dragon are all part of the Ishtar Gate, which you see here. This picture that we have here is the Ishtar Gate. So he's borrowing Babylonian imagery to be able to have this conversation around theology and his prophecies. These are not native to Israel. They didn't originate there. These are borrowed from Babylon and earlier Mesopotamian traditions before that. So we have the Merkaba chariot vision in Ezekiel 1. You've probably, if you studied Ezekiel at all, you've heard this. This is his four living creatures with four faces, the face of a human, lion, ox, and eagle, intersecting wheels studded with eyes. To be honest, and this is a joke, but also partly true, when I read Ezekiel, I wonder if he was on a psychedelic, because this is the type of imagery you see drawn or described from that type of imagery. It's very unique, very interesting. He's taking imagery that's around him, but he's also combining and creating these visions. This was so controversial that the rabbis restricted the public interpretation of Ezekiel. In the Mishnah Hagigah 2, verse 1, forbids expounding on the Merkaba before audiences. You could not read this publicly. It became the foundation of Jewish mysticism that would arrive later. The four creatures appear in Revelations 4:7, and then were reapplied by Irenaeus, a very important scholar and theologian in how things would be interpreted by Christendom around 180 CE, so in the 2nd century. So when these become reapplied in the New Testament, how we have heard them, this was hundreds and hundreds of years after they were written by a guy in the 2nd century who said, yeah, that's going to work. Again, it's reaching back, pulling forward, reaching back, pulling forward. Quick drink. We do have a contradiction here with the Decalogue. Let's go to Ezekiel 18, verse 20. This is page 1147. The person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, for the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. This is a direct contradiction to Exodus 20, verse 5, where it says that God punishes the children for the sin of the parents to the 3rd and 4th generation. Ezekiel 18:20 is so much more just. So much more just. It's like it's saying, no, the person responsible for the sin is going to be punished, not everybody else, but it contradicts what's taught in Exodus. Ezekiel's individual accountability theology overturns a core statement in the Decalogue, right? And how many of us were taught in sermons as evangelical children that our sins would be passed to our children to the 3rd and 4th generation. I remember my dad saying this to me, when really Ezekiel says, no. The person who sinned needs to be held accountable. There's also a contradiction with the Torah. Ezekiel 46, 6 through 7 on new moon offerings directly contradicts Numbers 28:11. Because of these two contradictions in particular, and because of the Merkaba, the book nearly did not make canon. It actually took a lot of work to get Ezekiel into canon because it was so contradictory to popularly held beliefs. And then Gog and Magog. How many of us have heard this? We remember these, right? This is in Ezekiel 38 to 39. It's describing this eschatological coalition. It just means, think eschatology is really about end times, end of the world. So it's this huge coalition at the end of all days coming from the north. It doesn't identify a historical nation. It doesn't give it a date. There's no historical fulfillment. It's just kind of depicting this force coming forward. This gets reapplied. Again, somebody reaches back. Revelations 20, verse 8. They apply it to the final cosmic battle. Every generation has identified Gog and Magog in our time. And I put a couple. Reagan called the Soviet Union Gog and Magog, and then George W. Bush in 2003 said Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East. That was a direct quote. Again, it's trying to use scripture to justify what it is we want to believe, who we want to identify as the enemy, and taking that name that does not apply to the Soviet Union or to North Korea or to China, and then deciding that it does because it suits our purposes. Ezekiel, moving forward, more the Valley of Dry Bones. I love this. Ezekiel 37. It's a vision of bones reassembling into living bodies, interpreted by the text itself as Israel's national restoration from exile. Again, these were written for the nation of Israel, for the people as they're coming out of exile, for redemption. Let's go to Ezekiel 37, verse 11. And that is on page 1175. Then he said to me, Mortal, these bones are the whole house of Israel. They say, our bones are dried up, our hope is lost, we are cut off completely. Therefore prophesy and say to them, thus says the Lord, I am going to open your graves and bring you up from your graves, O my people. I will bring you back to the land of Israel, and you shall know that I am the Lord when I open your graves, bring you up from your graves, O my people. I will put my spirit within you, and you shall live, and I will place you on your own soil. Then you shall know that I, the Lord, have spoken and will act. So the Christian tradition has reinterpreted this popularly, applied to individual bodily resurrection at the end of time. The text explicitly says that's not what I'm talking about. This is specifically the bones are the whole house of Israel. We also get the analogy of the shepherd here in Ezekiel 34. God condemns Israel's leaders as bad shepherds who are exploiting them. I love this part. Ezekiel 34, 2 through 10. We're going to go back to that. That is on page 1170. The Lord God, woe you shepherds of Israel who have been feeding yourselves. Should not shepherds feed the sheep? You eat the fat, you clothe yourselves with wool, slaughter fat calves, you do not feed the sheep. You have not strengthened the weak, you have not healed the sick, you have not found the injured, you have not brought the great, you have not strong the lost, so the Lord has hardened over them. So they were scattered among the shepherds, scattered because they eat food from all the wild animals. My sheep were scattered, they wandered over the mountains. Daniel is also very unique. So it's composed in two different languages. It's in part Hebrew, part Aramaic. And again, we have a little bit of a historical dating problem here. So the book presents Daniel as a Jewish court official under Nebuchadnezzar, which would have been from 605 to 562 BCE. Nearly all modern scholars date the book as 167 to 164 BCE. So well into the Hellenistic period, during the Maccabean crisis, way after Nebuchadnezzar. And the reason that it's dated that way is there's historical errors about the 6th century that are systematic. Chapters 10 through 12 describe a Seleucid era events with precision up to 165 BCE, and then they fail, suggesting a historical cutoff date. The book is placed in the writings of the Ketuvim, not the prophets, because the prophetic era was considered closed. Ben Sura, in about the 2nd century BCE, the alphabet of Ben Sura is where we get the legend of Lilith, praises every major prophet but never mentions Daniel. They didn't believe that this was meant to be a prophetic book. It is depicting a story that predates it by 500 years. Then there's historical errors. So we have Darius the Mede, who comes in Daniel 6:1. Babylon fell to Cyrus, not to a Median king. There's no Darius the Mede in Persian records. Belshazzar is called Nebuchadnezzar's son, but he was the son of Nabonidus. Nebuchadnezzar's madness, remember where he kind of turned into a goat, he gets on all fours, mirrors inscriptions about Nabonidus, there we go, who withdrew to the oasis of Tema. And so he had some clear mental breakdown, mental issue. It didn't apply to Nebuchadnezzar. It was a totally different person. So we've got a lot of historical whoopsies there. And yes, I can't help but think of, when I think of Daniel, I also think of Day12. I have to. And then we come in contact with something called vaticinium ex eventu, which means prophecy after the fact. Which, when you prophesy after the fact, it turns out you can be pretty accurate. Daniel 10 through 12 describes the Persian Empire as Alexander's conquest, the 14th division, the Ptolemaic Seleucid Wars, and extraordinary historical accuracy, again, through 165 BCE, because it was written after those things already happened. He's prophesying something that already happened. Then it predicts Antiochus IV will die campaigning against Egypt. He actually died in Persia in 164 BCE. The prophecy fails precisely at the historical cutoff date. So author passed away, but he makes his last prophecy where he's not prophesying after the fact, and he gets it wrong. And then we've heard so much. There's so much sermons, preaching, teaching, accusations about what is the abomination of desolation. We're just going to read one of these verses. We're going to go to Daniel 9. I don't believe I wrote this one down. Daniel 9:27. This is on page 1212. Oh, here it is. Daniel 9, verse 27. It says, "He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and half of the week he shall make a sacrifice offering. Cease in their place shall be the desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator." A lot of fancy language, but it's addressing this idea of the abomination of desolation, or the abomination that causes desolation. This gets used in end times theology all the time. It's people saying, "Oh, so and so held this service at this church, the abomination, the Pope's the Antichrist." We hear this used so many times, but it originally refers to Antiochus IV's desecration of Jerusalem's temple in 167 BCE. Again, a very specific current event when the author was writing. Jesus quotes Daniel 11:31 in Mark 13:14 as a future event, so he's reapplying a Maccabean text to the Roman siege of 70 CE. The same phrase carries different historical references across the canon. So Jesus as well takes it and says, he's kind of nodding to it, saying this is going to replicate in the siege of 70 CE. And then we have the first clear acknowledgement of bodily resurrection in Daniel 12:2. "Multitudes who sleep in the dust of the earth will awake, some to everlasting life, others to shame and everlasting contempt." In our study that we did on hell, we talked about how in the Old Testament they didn't have a concept of hell. They didn't have a concept of eternal punishment. They had Sheol, which was where everyone went. It didn't matter how good you were. It didn't matter what your life turned out to be. When you died, you all went to the same place. It was this dry, barren, desolate place that you sat in, and your goal was to make sure that people would continue to say your name in the land of the living, because it was only when they would cease to say your name that you would cease to exist. The fear wasn't eternal torment, it was annihilation. So this, in Daniel, is where we see the language start to shift, because the idea of hell comes from the Hellenistic period after Alexander the Great. So here we see others to shame and everlasting contempt. We start to see some of this language show up of punishment, or that not everything happens the same to people when they die. Earlier Old Testament books, again, have no individual resurrection doctrine. They also don't have a heaven and a hell. We start to see this separation happen here. He also borrows an analogy of four kingdoms. Daniel 7 and Daniel 7 both present a four-kingdom schema: Babylonia, Medes, Persia, Greece. This framework is borrowed from imperial propaganda of Persia, which organized history in sequence of declining empires, making themselves the best, obviously. Daniel uses the genre against them of the fourth and worst kingdom to Greece, not to Persia. So he changes the template a little bit. And then we talk about the Son of Man. Let's go to Daniel 7, 13 to 14. This is on page 1207. Again, this gets used a lot in reference to the New Testament. So let's see what it says. Let's find out. Starting in verse 13, as I watched the night visions, I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven, and when he came to the Ancient One and was presented before him, to him was given dominion and the glory and kingship, and all peoples, nations, languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, and shall not pass away, and his kingship is one that shall never be destroyed. In Daniel, this figure almost certainly represents the angelic patron of Israel, Michael, identified in chapter 10, verse 13, or the collective holy ones of the Most High. Again, he's thinking about Israel. That is his focus. That is his focal point. He's not thinking about the future or some Messiah that's coming. He's thinking about his people. This is very likely their protector, their patron saint. Jesus then, though, again, he reaches back and repurposes the Son of Man. He uses this phrase as his primary self-designation. He uses this a lot in the Gospels. At his trial, Mark 14:62, he says, "You will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One, coming on the clouds of heaven." And the interesting thing about the phrase of Son of Man as well is he's almost drawing a distinction a little bit between himself and God, but he's using Daniel to do that. It's a direct quotation of Daniel 7:13, and when the high priest hear this, they hear this as a claim to divine authority, because again, in this passage about the Son of Man, he came to the Ancient One and was presented before him. There's a distinction between who the Son of Man is and who the Ancient One or God Almighty is. And then it says, to him was given dominion. The Ancient One gives him that authority. And that's what Jesus is talking about. And so the high priest would have heard this particular phrase, not as necessarily a claim to be God, but to be given divine authority from God. In Daniel 9:24-27, we get the 70 weeks of years. We mentioned this a little bit earlier with Ezekiel. Daniel reinterprets Jeremiah's 70 years as 70 weeks of years, or 490 years. Again, this is just an example of taking something because it didn't work out, right? 70 years. So now we're like, oh, it must mean something else. There's a code in it. And if we line up the words like this and we remove the letter E, he's just using an interpretive method to try to make it reapply to a new crisis. It's the same thing that Paul does with Habakkuk and what Matthew does with Zechariah. So Jeremiah got it wrong, or meant something totally different, but a lot of people have taken it and then reapplied it, and that's what the author of Daniel does here. So the Septuagint version of Daniel, this is just something, just a little factoid, differs so much from the Masoretic text. The two Greek versions were preserved in the Greek Bible, so there's two very different versions of Daniel. The additions to Daniel, including Susanna, Bel and the Dragon, the Song of the Three Holy Children, are canonical in Catholic and Orthodox Bibles, but they're removed from Protestant Bibles. And again, when you look at these, you're like, well, how did these people just decided what got to stay and what didn't? Well, how did this get interpreted to? Someone just decided that that was the way it was going to be. So when we read these, we get to come back and say, okay, what do I believe about the divine, or however that shows up for me? Do I believe that a divine ordained this, or do I believe that a man ordained this? And when something changes, it's like, okay, well, they made a decision that this was going to get included. Knowing what I know now, is there a better way? We get to interact with it. The minor prophets, cook it now. Cook it through these little baby books. We are going to go all the way up to Jonah today. So I'm going to fly through these next few ones. you're not going to find them in their original context. They came, they edited things, they added interpolations, they added another manuscript, they changed things around, which is why it's hard to date some of these books. The historical context, this is the final decades of Israel. This is before the fall. 16 to 25 years were assassinated, Baal worship at Bethel and Dan, Assyrian tribute under Tilgath-Pileser III. The chaos Hosea describes is confirmed by the Assyrian annals. So the history here is accurate according to the Assyrian annals of history. And here we get this marriage metaphor again. God's relationship with Israel as a marriage, worship of Baal as idolatry. Remember, it's property harm, right? So the adultery that's being committed with Baal is a sin against the property of God. Hosea develops this more fully than any other earlier prophet. It becomes foundational for Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and later prophetic traditions. So this gets borrowed. Hosea gets borrowed by Jeremiah and Ezekiel and the people who come after him. Here we also have what's called the Gomer problem. God commands Hosea to marry a wife of whoredom or a wife of a prostitute. There's three interpretations of this. That Gomer was some kind of cult prostitute. This is Gomer, a woman's name. She became unfaithful after the marriage, or the narrative is an allegory. The text is genuinely ambiguous. We don't actually know if Hosea went out and literally married a prostitute, or if this was told as a story, kind of a parable. There are Judean editorial insertions. Hosea 1:7, I will have compassion on the house of Judah, and 3:5, David their king, are widely identified as much, much later additions, did not exist in the original text. Hosea 6:6 is quoted twice by Jesus. We're going to go to that. I didn't put the page number in. I apologize. That's on page 1226. And in here, Hosea 6:6, it says, "For I desired steadfast love and not sacrifice, the knowledge of God rather than burnt offerings." Jesus cites this Matthew 9:13 to defend table fellowship with sinners, right? Where people are like, ugh, why are you eating with those people? Ugh. And he says, no, he's like, I don't desire sacrifice. I desire knowledge of God rather than burnt offerings. And in Matthew 12:7 to defend Sabbath healing, when they're like, how dare you heal on Sabbath? He's like, why do your offerings and your rules matter when I can help someone? An 8th century BCE northern critique of empty ritual becomes a 1st century critique of the temple-based religion in Galilee. Jesus continues to point to all this external performative nonsense does not mean anything if you are not. And here we also have an internal contradiction on Egypt. Hosea 8:13 says they will return to Egypt. Hosea 9:3 says they will return to Egypt.
He said internal contradiction.
And Hosea 11:5 directly states he will not return to Egypt. The Assyrian will be his king. Opposite claims about the same punishment. Again, this is related to exile, where some are talking about fleeing to Egypt to escape the exile, being pulled into Babylon, and there's contradictions in the book of Hosea. Hosea 11:1, which is on page 1231, says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I have called my son." Right? We've heard that. In Matthew. In Hosea, this is about the historical exodus. He is talking about Israel being brought out of Egypt. That is what he's talking about. Matthew 2:15 applies it to baby Jesus returning from Egypt to make it fulfillment. And part of what happens with Matthew, again, if Jesus was born of a virgin, you would think that we would have extra biblical sources documenting that, or that all the Gospels would document it. Mark doesn't mention it. John doesn't mention it. Matthew and information, more of the story, more lore. The Northern Book in Southern Hands, the language of Hosea 1:7 and 3:5 shows how a prophetic book was actively edited for a new audience after its original community was destroyed. We talked about that with all of these books, how these edits happen, reaching back, repurposing. But Hosea, we kind of get to see that happen within the book itself. Joel, Yahweh is God. The content includes a locust plague of divine judgment, calls to repentance, the coming day of the Lord, and cosmic signs. Who wrote it? Joel Tetuel. Beyond name and father's name, we don't know anything. And the reason that that's important is because Joel doesn't provide any genealogy. He doesn't give a hometown. He's essentially a made-up person. Right? We have absolutely no context of where to place him. There's no way to trace him. There's nowhere to know where he comes from. The book, it makes the book effectively anonymous. So even though he gives his name because there's no other information, it's effectively anonymous. The dating debate, again, the most disputed question in Joel scholarship is when it was written. So early says about the 9th century. We're talking about 830 BCE. This is the traditional interpretation. There's no Assyrian or Babylonian threat mentioned, with which all the prophetic books really kind of revolve around. There's no mention of, it's placed after Hosea in the Hebrew canon, but that it was written late is the now dominant scholarly view, so about 400 to 350 BCE. This is post-exile. There's no mention of the northern kingdom or Assyria. It assumes Jerusalem is the center of the temple functioning. Language and imagery borrowed from Amos, Zephaniah, Obadiah, Ezekiel strongly suggest that Joel had read them. So Joel has already seen those books, and then he's writing his book, and he doesn't have to bring up Assyria or Babylonian threat because the threat's over. And then the Greeks, Yvonne and Joel 3:6, as significant traders is only relevant in the Hellenistic era. So it's very, very likely that this was written much, much later, that it's not 9th century BC, because that would put it right up there with the Pentateuch. The locust question. So Joel 1-2 describes a devastating locust invasion, and there's two interpretive traditions here. One, again, is literal, there's an actual plague. Two, allegory. It's a military invasion described with insect metaphors. Again, we don't know. That's why so much of this, whenever someone takes the Bible and they're like, this is 100% what it means, look at them sideways. Because most of the time, we don't know exactly what it means. We have no way of knowing. We can use as much information as we can find and try to make our best guess, but we actually don't know. And again, all of these books, this was not written in English. It wasn't written for me as a 2026 American. It wasn't written for me. Doesn't mean I can't learn from it. Doesn't mean I can't enjoy it. But when someone gives you certainty, question that. Because faith, all faith requires doubt. The opposite of faith is certainty. The more certainty someone gives you, the more likely they are developing a full following. In Joel, we have the day of the Lord. Appears 5 times in Joel. We're going to read Joel chapter 2, verse 31. That is on page 1240. And it says, the sun shall be turned to darkness and the moon to blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. We keep getting this phrase, the day of the Lord, day of the Lord, day of the Lord. Joel takes this concept, which first appears in Amos, to cosmic scale, right? Now he's taking it all the way up. Instead of Amos talking about, again, what's happening right here, right now, accountability, Joel says, now the heavens and the heavenly celestial beings are engaged in this day of the Lord. This is the direct source of New Testament apocalyptic imagery. We see this in Mark 13, 24-25, Matthew, Revelation, quote or echo Joel almost exactly. And Acts borrows from Joel as well. We're going to go to Peter's Pentecost speech. This is Acts 15. Oh, this is James. I'm sorry, I didn't include this speech. We're going to read this one per time. I remember I originally had it. So Peter's Pentecost speech in Acts 2:16-21 is a verbatim quotation of Joel 2:28-32. It's page 140 we just read. Peter declares what was spoken by the prophet Joel, and that it is fulfilled in the Holy Spirit's arrival of, again, applying post-exilic Jewish apocalyptic literature to what's happening in the first century. Joel is also interesting because it kind of ties this nationalist language with a little bit of universalism. So Joel 2:28 promises the Spirit on all people, but Joel 3:19 promises Egypt and Edom will become a desolate wasteland. So very nationalist. And there's, again, that's another one of these tensions, these conflicts that doesn't resolve in the text. Amos. Burden bearer. Content, again, oracles against surrounding nations. And in taught actually comes from Amos. Amos is the oldest book that brings this forward. So who wrote it? Amos of Tekoa, a village in Judah. He explicitly denies being a professional prophet. He's like, this is not my job. I don't want to be here. God made me do this. He said, I'm not a prophet nor a prophet's disciple, but I'm a herdsman and a dresser of sick one's there. Southerners sent north to prophesy against the northern kingdom. It shows up around 760 to 750 BCE, so this is quite a bit older than a lot of the prophetic books. This is during Jeroboam II's reign, 2 years before the earthquake. And this is one of the things, there's a lot of history in the Bible that we don't have any external evidence for, very likely didn't happen, but some of it did. And there is an earthquake likely confirmed in Zechariah 14:5, but also by archaeological evidence. Remember that we can't just use this to prove itself. We have to have evidence outside of it, and we do have archaeological evidence that there was possibly an earthquake at this time. This is considered the first classical writing of prophets. He establishes the template of what would come in all the other books, even ones we've covered today. There's covenant, lawsuit, meaning the evil, justice, sin, punishment for crime, redemption, the oracle against nations, social critique, and the day of the Lord as a threat rather than a promise. The historical context is Jeroboam II's reign was Israel's economic peak. They are prospering, but it was concentrated among urban elites at the expense of rural peasants. What does that sound like? That feels familiar. Amos makes a core claim. He says prosperity built on the exploitation is not a blessing. It is a precondition for destruction. What's interesting is so many times, and you've probably heard this too, I was told growing up that accepting the LGBTQ community and loving them was the precursor to the fall of empires, to a country, in moral failure and would lose its power and God would punish. That's not what the Bible says. In fact, Amos's core claim throughout Scripture is really what shows us what the fall actually is. Prosperity built on exploitation is the precondition for destruction. It's never been about someone's sexuality. That's something someone cherry-picked out of the Bible they didn't care about in order to demonize a group of people and blame them for problems. They didn't actually have to solve the real problems. We see this core message in Amos 5. We're going to start in verse 21. And I'm going to do a little historical breakaway on this as well. Page 1229. Verse 21. I despise your festivals. I take no delight in your solemn assemblies. Even though you offer me your burnt offerings and grain offerings, I will not accept them. The offerings of your well-being of your fatted animals, I will not look upon. Take away from me the noise of your songs. I will not listen to the melody of your harps. But let justice roll down like water and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. And if you have the SDL, and I'm just going to read this because I really showcase how much this book adds. They have these little historical cutouts and what that signals in history. So this verse in particular, Amos 5:24, perhaps the most famous line from the book of Amos is 5:24, let justice roll down like water. This powerful statement is a prophetic denunciation of the sacrifices and meal offerings of people who have failed to keep the covenant. The prophet lashes out against those who have become rich at the expense of the poor and against public but hollow displays of piety. How often do we see people profiting off of faith, just all this external praise God, praise Jesus, while they violate the poor, they tread on people, they run over everyone who gets in their way, and they exploit the people beneath them. According to Amos, religious devotion is meaningless if it is accompanied by unfair taxes on the poor, backdoor bribes, and working against those in need. This passage has become an important source for some observers of contemporary American religious and political culture. Martin Luther King Jr., for instance, invoked the phrase "let justice roll down like water" in his famous letter from Birmingham jail in 1963, in which he addresses the moral laxity of his fellow Southern clergymen during the Civil Rights Movement. According to Amos, a nation is exceptional by the measure of how it cares for the lowest members of society, and a nation of religious hypocrisy and economic injustice is one that will perish. Just run through a wall when I read this. I love Amos. Amos is my favorite of the minor prophets for this reason. He's so abundantly clear on what a nation in good standing looks like and what that requires to be faithful. So again, few contradictions, some interpolations coming, says the Lord, when the one who plows shall catch up with the one who reaps, and the treader of grapes with the one who sows the seed. The mountains shall drip sweet wine, and all hills shall flow with it. I will restore the fortunes of my people Israel. They shall rebuild ruined cities and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and drink their wine, and they shall make gardens and eat their fruit. I will plant them upon their land, and they shall never again pluck them out of the land that. So here we have a little bit of a contradiction. There's this unconditional restoration. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to restore David's fallen shelter, but this directly contradicts some of the relentless judgment of the preceding chapters. So most critical scholars consider this portion written after exile to soften the book a little bit. Because Amos is going at it. He's like, you're going to be punished. This is how a nation falls. You're cheating people. It's wrong. When they go to add it to the text after the exile, he's like, let's just add this here. So there's kind of a happy ending. But Amos is a little intense. So this was like the adequate one here. In Amos 9:11 in the New Testament, this is in Acts 15, page 1951. And we're going to read verse 16 and 17. When we get to hear the echo of this, when we hear the author of Acts quoting Amos. I'm sorry, not the author of Acts. I'm actually going to start at verse 13 so we know who's speaking. After they finished speaking, James replied, my brothers, listen to me. Simeon has related how God first looked favorably on the Gentiles to take from among them people for his name. This agrees with the words of the prophets as it is written, after this I will return. I will rebuild the dwelling of David, which is fallen. From its ruins I will rebuild it, and I will set it up, so that all other peoples may seek the Lord, even all the Gentiles over whom my name is called. Thus says the Lord. This is James in the Council of Jerusalem, again reported by the author of Acts, quotes Amos to say, whoa, we're welcoming the Gentiles now. It was prophesied that we're going to welcome the Gentiles, that people of other nations are going to be adopted into this. So he applies the text about the restoration of David's dynasty as a theological argument.
Oh, cool. I got a little bit more.
And this has several different references. The original is the Davidic dynasty, what it referred to originally. Then there's the post-exile edition that we read, which is national restoration, including other nations. And then the New Testament, it is used to include the Gentiles. Last one, really quick, we're going to do Obadiah. It means servants of Yahweh. 21 verses long, shortest book in the Old Testament. It's a prophecy against Edom for its role in Jerusalem's destruction. This is entirely anonymous beyond a name. It gives us a name, but we have no other information about who this person was. This was most likely written 586 to 550 BCE after the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem. Obadiah verse 10 through 14 directly accused Edom of celebrating or assisting in the sacked Jerusalem being overthrown, a trauma also referenced in Psalms 137, Lamentations, and Ezekiel. The Jeremiah parallel, we have a little bit of a text critical problem. Obadiah 1:9 is 1 through 9, is strikingly close to Jeremiah 49:7 through 22, which is an oracle against Edom. They're so close that they can't be coincidence. So there's four possibilities here. Obadiah borrowed from Jeremiah and kind of plagiarized his work. Jeremiah borrowed from Obadiah, plagiarized his work, or both drew from a lost common source, or a scribe edited both of them to make it make sense. We don't know for sure, because we don't know for sure the dates. We have general parameters, but they're written about the same time, so we don't know what came first. This is very much a Ephesians and Colossians problem, neither of which were written by Paul, most likely, but they were written by someone who was his student. And one of them copied the other, but we don't know which one came first. We don't know if Ephesians copied Colossians or Colossians copied Ephesians. So we're going to do one comparison of this just so you can see the two. We're going to go to Obadiah verse 5 on page 1255. It says, if thieves came to you with plunderers by night, how would you have been destroyed? Would they not steal only what they wanted? And then Jeremiah 49:9, which is page 1101, says the same thing. If grape gatherers come to you, would they not leave the gleanings? If thieves come by night, even they would pillage only what they wanted. So it's way too close to be coincidental. That's not a error or a typo or a common term phrase. Someone copied somebody, but we don't know exactly who. So Edom is a coded symbol. Edom is very similar to Babylon or the dragon in Revelation, right? After Edom disappeared as a nation, it became a name for whoever your oppressor was or your enemy. In rabbinic texts, Edom became Rome. Medieval Jewish texts, Edom was Christian Europe. Obadiah was continuously reapplied to the persecutor someone took the word of the enemy and they applied it to their enemy. Obadiah 15, we have particular to universal. The day of the Lord is near for all nations. As you have done, it will be done to you. Your deeds will return upon your own head. This becomes it goes from being a really specific oracle and one enemy. And what happens is by divine judgment, provide expansion. And they weren't destroyed in this way. That's prophesied. The canonical placement in Hebrew canon, Obadiah comes after Amos. Both address Edom for different centuries. The book of the 12 was arranged thematically and theologically, not just on chronology. You find some of the longer sooner, but they're the shortest book raises a lot of questions. Can divine justice be reduced to national revenge? Obadiah is very nationalistic. Can you make the claim of, within nationalism that you are the right hand of God and you are the one that's going to place justice on your enemy? Obadiah told folks on one enemy nation, little universal horizon until verse 15, makes it the most prophetic book. This is an Israelite national book, and thus, again, it raises the question about what does God's justice actually mean? Does it happen at the hands of a nation or is it universal for all? Q&A, we're going for it. I'm going to dive right in. I know there's a lot of questions. I can't get to all of them, but I will get to at least 10. I want to make sure we finish next week. Not next week, next time, which is going to be July 22nd at 6 p.m. We will get readings in advance before I teach that stuff. Oh, Laura, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you about showing my face. I don't know why it's not showing my face. It shows my face on my screen. But it does. Minimize it. Yeah. Yeah, some of the settings have definitely changed, so I'm sorry I have a little more parts because wait, that button used to be there.
Going like crazy.
What's going on? I'm sweating like crazy. Oh.
Or what the heck? It's just, wow. That like almost never happens. Oh, it's because I have my headphones plugged in. Right. Wow, okay. Alright, so I slept in for quite a while. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, I woke up. 39 people viewed your profile. See a complete list. Mark Plowboy page. Top one. LinkedIn's top 1%. What's that mean? LinkedIn's top 1%. Oh. Oh. Hi, great. Everybody's sitting a professor at Harvard, someone at the University of Queensland, Marvin public page, consultant McKinsey and Company, similar of Blake Kinge with technology, founder in the advertising services industry near Boston, education, program administrator at the entire foundation. Great. 39 people. That's Wow, I feel pretty good. I have to admit, I feel pretty darn good. Okay, 9 o'clock already. Holy smokes! I'm being pulled into a rabbit hole. Wonder why I've been sleeping for. 319 people. I think we're at our all-time best. Okay. So, Darn. Did I miss? New managing moderators can support your channel even more. Oh, Miss Jubilee, I just saw your posts. It would be nice to have a little chat here. We have a big meeting tomorrow that I actually need to finish the software at the moment, so let me get that done. And just resetting the stream. Oh, okay, there's like constant change happening. Right. We're back. My hand is just hurting. Can't feel this side of my hand properly because of a 66-day hunger strike that I'm recovering from. And I just found out that the U of A caused my U of A hospital, the University of Alberta hospital, caused my brain to swell because they didn't properly know how to handle somebody in such an extreme medical emergency and charter protected activity. So they didn't give me thiamine, and they were pumping me full of this dextrose. And dextrose is like a kind of sugar. And when you don't have thiamine properly, because that's the first mineral your body depletes, it sucks it from your brain because the sugar wants to go into from your blood into your cells to start healing your body. And so I had very little thiamine left, so I was sucked out of my brain whatever I had left, and then it caused my brain to swell, and I was starting to see double. And I was like, why am I getting worse in here? Like, why am I not getting better? So I typed that in to an AI, and it said, oh, this is a classic symptom of Wernicke's encephalopathy, which is brain swelling from refeeding syndrome. So that's extremely bad. I can see now straight, but who knows what kind of damage that did. And I wanted an MRI, and they're refusing to write me an MRI. So you can leave me a comment every 12 hours, because I have to make these recordings every 12 hours. The hunger strike is not over. It just means I get a break to eat and prepare for the next larger meeting. Because you can help earn my meals to help save your life from the Megacrisis by doing these blessings, this new leadership training with God's government, or if you're atheist, we also call it the wise government, or the scientific, rational, ideal government worldwide. Because currently there is no international government that can regulate the game we're in. We are in a horrific kind of game